sad.
That's Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky after a much less contentious White House meeting with President Trump, joined by European leaders. Zelensky referenced being open to trilateral talks. The president's trying to broker a three-way meeting that would include Russian leader Vladimir Putin trying to stop the war.
In a certain period of time, not very far from now, a week or 2 weeks, we're going to know whether or not we're going to solve this, or is this horrible fighting going to continue?
Now to Fox's Doug Luzader.
News from the Wall Street Journal that Zelensky may be open to what they're calling proportional land swaps with Russia. The deal that seems to be emerging here would require Ukraine to cede some territory to Russia in exchange for security guarantees from the U.S. and European allies, something similar to Article 5 NATO protections, even though Ukraine would remain outside of the NATO alliance.
Well, this is good news for anyone planning to fly Air Canada this week. The Flight Attendants Union has just reached a tentative agreement to end their strike, and the airline hopes to resume some service today. The strike started Saturday, grounding flights affecting tens of thousands of Air Canada passengers. More National Guard troops will be going to Washington to help President Trump's crackdown on crime as three more Republican-led states join the deployment: Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Ohio and South Carolina were the first, along with West Virginia. Its Attorney General J.B. McCusker just told Fox.
The District of Columbia isn't just a tourist destination. It's a place where the business of our country is done.
Now, the president has also federalized D.C. police and has federal agents on patrol, but Washington leaders have pushed back, saying that violent crime numbers have dropped this year and last year. Hurricane Erin remains out to sea and still forecast to move away from the U.S. East Coast, but forecasters also say it's going to grow, get larger, and be a danger to the East Coast with rip currents and high surf. America's listening to Fox.
Summer is all about making memories, right? Backyard barbecues, road trips, maybe finally getting around to that hiking trail you've been eyeballing. But if you're living with pain, those future memories can be stolen from you. So here's a thought. Call 1-800-4RELIEF and try Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement designed to help your body fight pain. It's a doctor-developed formula made from natural ingredients. Best part? Relief Factor doesn't mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it for good. Whether it's kayaking, running around with the little ones, or just chilling in a hammock, Relief Factor can help you feel better, move better, and do more of the things you love all summer long. So if you're ready to reclaim your summer, head over to ReliefFactor.com or give them a call at 1-800-4RELIEF. Do it now and get their 3-week quick start for just $19.95. That's 1-800-4RELIEF.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los on Extra 106.3, the Morning Extra, until 10. And Los coming in this morning a little bit battered, a little bit beat up, maybe a little dehydrated. You got a bottle of water over there?
A little hurting. Yeah, no, I already killed the bottle of water this morning. I've moved back over to the real monster stuff.
Yeah, that's right. This guy played golf yesterday, and
it was hot.
It was
fun, but
sauna out there.
I'm willing to bet this is how we kind of figured it out. Started talking to my playing partners, and thank you to the Marks. We had Mark and Miles. We had a great time.
Mark and Miles, all right.
That's right. Mark and Mark were carrying us at some points. Miles and I would just pepper in a little bit of shots here and there.
Yeah.
We kind of look at each other, because you ask your playing partner, it's like, hey, does anybody need to use the restroom?
Yeah.
And we passed 2 different, areas, and we didn't have to, and nobody did. And by the time we got off the course, we recognized that nobody had to. And it wasn't like we weren't drinking.
Yeah. I have to say, I've been to a couple of those 680 The Fan golf tournaments, and let me tell you, there's definitely drinking.
I'm willing to bet we all dropped 5 pounds just in water.
Jeez, dude.
It was hot.
Toasty.
We got off that course, and when you feel kind of like you have a big workout and you feel like a noodle? You're just kind of like,
yeah.
That's how I felt the entire drive home. And then when I got home and just
collapsed.
Yeah. So, it was a good time.
Awesome.
We finished 7th overall, so had a good run there. But it's good to actually be back in studio, because by the time that I got out to Atlanta National, I got there. It was like 8 minutes before the tournament was going to start. I warmed up. It was embarrassing. Anybody who saw me swing that golf club, I'm sorry. It was really bad. So no, but it was good all the way around. It was a good time.
You say you pulled it together a little bit there.
Pulled it together. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, I was hitting balls in warm up that were shooting perpendicular to me.
Oh my, that's not
like
good.
it wasn't going out towards the range. They were going sideways. That was bad. Yes,
that's not
so
good.
embarrassing. So embarrassing. And so I pulled it together, and we were able to have a good time. And
That's
so
all that matters.
and hopefully picked up a couple of extra listeners.
I hope so, man.
We're working on it.
So
I was like, download this app, guys.
Mark, and Miles.
Mark, and Miles.
Hopefully,
Sounds like a law firm.
it certainly does.
You need help.
Insurance agency, maybe.
That's right. That's right.
That's what I hear.
Deep in the insurance game.
There you go. We appreciate those guys and participating and helping raise a bunch of money. And man, it's always fun to be out there. We'll have ours coming up in November, man.
Yeah, right around the corner.
It's really not that far away when you think
Kind
about
of nice. A little bit, not quite as hot.
Yeah, it'll be a little cooler.
it. Yeah, for the
Just as thirsty.
Veterans Day. Yes, that's right, for Veterans Day and our partnership with the Warrior Alliance, which is the official veteran partner of the Atlanta Braves.
And just so Jure knows, it's not that Tug plays the entire time. He just grabs the putter and drains things.
Nice.
Wow.
In a freaky way where you go, what is that? Now, if you give him a club on the tee box,
There's no telling where it might go.
you hand him a putter, it's going into the cup.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you right now, boys, I've never played a game of golf in my life. So if I get out there...
Never? You've never played a round of
I've
golf?
gone to Top Golf and I've gone to driving ranges, but it ain't good.
I don't
It
know
ain't good
that
at
I've
all.
ever met someone who's never played a round of golf.
I never played until maybe 15 years ago. I mean, I made it to my early 30s
Yeah.
where I had played, but I'd never played. Like it was never a regular thing. And
Yeah.
so it wasn't until I probably turned 31, 32 that
Yeah.
I finally started playing more often and got a little bit better.
I started playing when I was around 30 as well, and I've still not gotten better.
Now, you get me out on the putt-putt course.
Now, see,
I'm
that's me
dangerous.
too. Dude, I love putt-putt.
That's Tug.
That's me. I
is
love putt-putt golf.
Tug would grab the putter and was draining stuff from like 25 feet away.
Ah, man, it was luck.
freaky.
It was luck.
I don't
man.
care if it was luck. It happened. I saw it. I was like, oh my God.
It was a couple of those on the last. We had so much fun out there, and we still hear from our partner that played golf with us that day. He was a doctor. What's his name?
We got Vernon.
Vernon, thank you, Vernon. Such an awesome guy, and he got stuck with us clowns and had a dadgum ball. Man, we laughed and cut up and went on, and so if you're into that kind of thing, wait till November and get involved with
We'll be ready.
the Veterans Day golf
We
tournament.
promise that Kimmer won't curse this time around.
I mean, that's a big promise, man.
We gave him 2 drinks and a microphone and said, why don't you welcome everybody?
Yeah,
And
buddy.
things went a little sideways from there, but that's fine.
It was a spectacle.
I think that's part. Yeah, that's part of the spectacles. Do you want to hear us say things that we can't say on the radio?
and that's kind of
Get
what
on
he
out
went
here and
with.
play some golf.
That's what Kim kind of went with. It was fun times, dude. What are the mainstream media gonna say today? Right? Because if you let's flash back to Friday, when mainstream media could not wait to tell you what a failure that Donald Trump's meeting with Putin was.
What are your
people-
concessions?
Yeah.
What are you giving them? What are they giving you?
And not only that, they would be like, Putin owned that discussion. Donald Trump was put in his place by the dictator. And I'm like, well, that's not what I saw. I mean, to be honest, at the time, you don't really know what you saw. You knew he came out and said, things went well. We're going to sit down with Zelensky and the Europeans. And that happened within, 2 days, 3 days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And that happened yesterday. And now, what is the mainstream media going to say? Like, what is their critique? Because they look like fools. They have egg on their face yet again because they couldn't wait to say that it was a failure. That's not what the European leader said. Every one of them said it was an amazing success, and we've made more progress in the last 3.5 years, in the last 2 weeks than we have in 3.5 years.
Sometimes it does come down to lowest common denominator, where it turns into what does my audience want to hear and what's the easiest thing for me to say, which is, well, what a failure. What a failure.
We'll get Eric Swalwell on here.
And then 72 hours later, you have European leaders all standing at the White House, all praising Donald Trump for getting this thing done. In fact, even taking shots at Joe Biden for this being his war and being unable to get this war over and done with. You actually had, and I know it's a little thing and it doesn't really matter, you actually had Zelensky in a suit. Okay?
Yeah.
As in, I'm not portraying the military image any longer. This needs to be about peace. And I think we're closer to that than what we were just a week ago.
This was, and this doesn't matter either, but it kind of does. The whole Politico article about him having designers that set up his suit. Designers? Designers? You're telling me that our tax dollars that we've been sending to Ukraine and the billions and billions, that's what it's being spent on? Him to have designers to look a particular way? Dude, you're in the middle of a war. What do you need designers for?
If we don't have war in Eastern Europe, the whole entire world is safer. I mean, let's talk about the big picture of this. If this was to escalate and this turned into something that was bigger and involved NATO, you realize we're on the precipice of nuclear war.
Sure.
This needs to be over with.
Mm-hmm.
The media loses sight of this because it really just simply is about how do I get the people that are just nutty enough to watch what I'm doing still, the little tiny percentage, how do I get them into a fervor without talking to them about big picture things? Big picture is we're trying to avoid a global conflict here.
But the left, that I can tell, they hate Donald Trump so much they don't. I mean, they couldn't care less about that. They would. I really do believe they've made me believe that they would rather see this escalate than Trump be successful. That's how bad they hate him, and that's why they're going to lose so incredibly in the next midterm and maybe even the next presidential election because they can't think straight. They're so emotional. Their hatred is so thick that they're not going to be able to do anything focused on anything that's going to be successful because they've got to hate Trump.
I think that it is worth visiting and worth saying, and I don't think it becomes too bombastic. Donald Trump broke the Democrats.
Yes, he did.
He broke them.
Yes,
your Aunt Peg is broken.
Yes, she
These
is.
people that respond to stuff on X, they're broken. He has broken the entire party.
That's amazing.
He broke a network yesterday.
No kidding.
All right? Donald Trump has made them so crazy. He's broken an entire party. He's broken an entire system by which they all look at each other now. I've told you, the Democrats are in a civil war. They have no idea what direction they're going. They have no real leadership. Their only idea is, well, what about Gavin Newsom? Gavin Newsom can't be elected anywhere outside of California. It's not going to happen. You don't have to worry about it. All it is, well, let's get a less drunk version of Kamala Harris.
That's right.
All right, that's all you're doing.
Same
it's
ego.
The same thing.
Same socialist.
And it's all Donald Trump's doing.
Yeah.
And so when he gets this done, however this is going to all come together, this all gets done and we now have peace in Eastern Europe. How much more broken are they going to be? They can't be more broken. They're not even rooting for peace.
I know. Well, and that's the thing, because he's the president of peace. He's already stopped wars 2 and 3, 4, 5, and 6. I mean, he's done more than most presidents do their entire term, and including if they go 2 terms. He's done more in 6 months than most people do then. And you're right. To the point is the Democrats, they are so obsessed with him in such a negative way that it doesn't matter that he's being successful and bringing peace to the earth. He is so hated. They can't cheer for peace. They can't. They physically can't.
The Democrats are actually in a position now where if I told you, hey, we have a genocide going on, but we were able to stop it, they're on the side of still rooting for genocide as long as he doesn't get a political victory.
That's right. He's hung up so many W's.
And part of this, and I like that you brought this up yesterday. You brought up the New York Times, and they had the article about packing the Supreme Court and the idea of
abolishing the Senate of all things.
Abolishing the Senate, and here's what we have to do. And that set me on a deep dive yesterday. So when I wasn't swinging badly at golf balls or listening to country music, had a lot of country jams going.
Let's go.
I did a deep dive into some of I've been revisiting portions of the Federalist Papers when I get a little chance in the evening. It's like, okay, I put in this podcast, I'll listen to some of the stuff. And one of the things that jumps out to me is that the framers of the Constitution, the framers of our society, felt that the only way it was going to work and last is if you had a moral and religious society. Well, when you don't have morals and you don't have religion, it's really easy to take something like the Constitution and throw it away. And so when you see what the reaction of these people are, morals be damned. What do you mean you want to stop a war? Their first and foremost is only their fervor and their anger.
Gosh,
not morals.
No.
And so why is it so easy to throw away the Constitution?
And they see religion, faith
as a hindrance.
Or weakness, too,
yes,
though.
absolutely.
Absolute
100%. Weakness. But think about it, if you have a moral and religious society, I'm not saying that you have to be at church every single week or you have to be this perfect Christian. What I'm saying is that you understand that you do have a maker and that you are special and that life is special. If you can at least have that foundation, we can have discussions about where life is going and we can treat one another the right way in that we have a view of each other under the law. When you don't have those two things, it's very difficult to then have a constitution. That's why these people are looking to scrap this sort of stuff.
And look at those blue cities where people who don't have morals or values or any sort of faith, those blue cities, what is this, like the Wild Wild West, man? People are just killing one another left and right like it doesn't matter, like life doesn't matter, and we know different than that.
I mean, you and I have a pact between each other.
Yeah.
How we treat one another.
Yeah,
Same thing with Jure. It's like, this is how we treat one another. And that's that's part of what holds up one of the foundational elements of society. And so, big picture, as Donald Trump is preaching peace, again, morality, trying to bring more peace to a society, to an area of the world. And the argument from the Democrats is, well, we can't let him have that victory.
No, that'd be
Where's your morals?
Yeah, right.
Where are your morals?
They don't exist. That's the thing. They don't exist, man. And I'm surprised that that some of the Democrats, because there are Democrats that say they're faithful. There's Democrats that share their faith, and yet oftentimes when I see them do that, and you said, not be a perfect Christian. That doesn't exist anyway. There's not one. There's only one, and so I don't expect them to be perfect necessarily, but I do expect them to at least read the good book and try to follow it. And I understand interpretations are different, whatever. But so often when I see the Democrats quoting the good book, it's always in such a demeaning way. It's always it never is. The actual concept.
It's in the interest of their own power.
Exactly. But that's what it always comes back to. So are they even really faithful? The ones that tell me they are. I don't know the answer.
Feels weird when you're quoting scripture in order to win an argument based on you want to maintain, for instance, in a lot of cases, it's how do we keep our power with the illegals in this country? How do we keep them to where they're counted? Well, Jesus wouldn't have kicked them out.
Yeah.
And here's the part of scripture that'll tell you this. This is how they, again, not in the interest of morality.
Yeah.
In the interest of power.
Or actually what the word says, it's in the interest of personal. But I mean, look, I've always been told, and I believe it, the devil knows the good book inside and out. He knows it better than you do, and I'm not saying that the Democrats are the devil, but I got to tell you, man, when you use the good book to ensure your power versus taking care of folks and doing the right thing, things are really in a bad way and in a bad position, bad situation. It's weird, man, to see it all come down, but you see it nearly every day because all you have to do is open up X. There's a preacher somewhere saying something that is just so wackadoo. What in the world church is this? This can't be real. And yet it is. Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3, 6 o'clock hours brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. The one guy who knows for sure, he's the guy that's asking, is Trump a Russian asset? Next on Xtra 106.3.
Neil Bortz is only live on Extra 106.3, bringing you daily commentary on the biggest topics of the day. Catch him throughout the day or hear his latest on the Extra 106.3 app.
Good morning, it's Los. Let's talk about HonestCarGuy.com. HonestCarGuy.com. That's Tom. You're going to hear some spots with Tom. He's all over the radio station. Here's what Tom is offering you. You end up reaching out to him with a make and model of a vehicle that you want. Doesn't matter what it is, Tom's going to find it for you. Now, here's the cool part. It's a fully transparent procedure. I've sat there and done it with Tom when we've simulated, okay, here's how this works and here's what we would do. Tom finds me the vehicle, and I know exactly what the price is going to be. Now, there's also the fun part. Tom will tell you, no, we're not paying that price. Or, no, let's give it a little bit of time. Or, hey, let's offer this is what we're going to offer. We're going to get this vehicle at this number. And so that's where this process gets going. Now, here's the cool part. Once you have the vehicle, what do you pay Tom? Honest Car Guy fee. The honesty fee. That's it. That's the transaction. That is how this entire process works. All you have to do, go to honestcarguy.com, honestcarguy.com. If you have a trade-in available, hey, not a problem. Tom can handle that. If you're looking for financing, Tom's got that squared away as well. This entire process, you're going to be dealing with one person. You're going to find it incredibly awesome. You're not going to have to deal with the whole 5-6 hours at a dealership or I got to go talk to my manager. None of that. You're just dealing with Tom, and you'll see everything. It's fully transparent. You'll be able to go ahead and know exactly what you're getting and exactly for how much. You also give them a call, 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1.
Gentlemen, listen up. When it's not hard, it's really hard. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 have some form of ED? It's true, and I'm one of them. ED followed me everywhere. Heck, even my initials are ED. I'm Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia, and I know ED. It can lead to feelings of embarrassment, stress, and sadness. But there's good news. I can fix it. I fixed mine, and I can fix yours too. At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, we are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, Trimix to create an erection, and more. Guys, ED won't get better on its own, but I can help you today. Call us at 404-777-1911. That's 404-777-1911, or learn about us more online at tbtofga.com. So take it from me, ED, Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Call 404-777-1911 or online at tbtofga.com.
This summer isn't just hot, it's historic. Flash flood warnings are at a 40-year high, and it's not slowing down. Towns underwater, roads washed out, and in every crisis zone, the same scene. Crowds standing in line, waiting for bottled water, waiting for food, waiting for someone to show up and save them. They tell you that help is on the way, but what if it's not? What if help takes days or doesn't come at all? You think the system's built to protect you? They can barely handle one emergency, let alone dozens. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be the one caught empty-handed. And right now, My Patriot Supply is giving away 4 weeks of emergency food. Just go to MyPatriotSupply.com to find out how to claim your free 4-week food supply and join millions of Americans who are preparing with My Patriot Supply. Claim your free 4-week kit today at MyPatriotSupply.com. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
There are 3 things that I know about your dog. 1, you love them like family. 2, they're your most loyal friend. And 3, your dog's not going to live as long as you would like it to live. Sadly, 50% of all dogs over the age of 10 die from cancer. The leading cause of that cancer is the food they've been fed. While Rough Greens doesn't know how long your dog's going to live, they do promise to make your dog happier and healthier while they're here. Rough Greens has the live nutrients that your puppy or dog needs to ward off all kinds of health issues like skin, joint, digestive problems. With live vitamins, probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, and antioxidants, Rough Greens has all of the live nutrition that your dog needs to stay happy and healthy. It's why it's America's #1 dog supplement. Fetch a free Jumpstart trial bag for your dog today. You just cover the shipping. See the difference live nutrition can make in your dog. Go to roughgreens.com. Use the discount code BECK. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code BECK.
It's August 19th, and this is your Fox Deli Snapshot. Today is Potato Day. Potato chips, hash browns, baked potatoes, home fries, mashed potatoes, and tater tots. Just some of the ways to enjoy this vegetable that was first grown by the people in South America thousands of years ago. Also on this day in 2020, Apple becomes the first U.S. company to be valued at $2 trillion just 2 years after it reached $1 trillion valuation. The first ever joint military exercise between Russia and China called Peace Mission begins in 2005. Great Britain defeats France by 158 in the only cricket match ever held at the Summer Olympics in 1900. Born on this day in 1946, the 42nd President of the United States, Bill Clinton. Friends actor Matthew Perry, born in 1969.
Say, Ross, when you picture Phoebe living on the street, is she surrounded by the entire cast of Annie?
I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Fox on Tech.
Equinix data centers serve as the physical home of the digital world, and this one is located in Northern Virginia, home to the largest data center market in the world, where servers and racks are running 20 times more power than they did before ChatGPT came on the scene 2.5 years ago. Equinix wants to bring even more power online to feed artificial intelligence workloads, but they are limited by things they cannot control, like supply chains and permitting. Equinix's chief business officer, John Lin, says he worries China is outpacing the U.S.
You're seeing the pace of development go much faster. China in particular, the amount of data centers, the amount of new power sources they've been able to bring online is incredible. And so we need to be able to understand what that looks like.
Bank of America says overall spending on data centers like this will hit $1.5 trillion in the next decade. In Ashburn, Virginia, with Fox on Tech, Lauren Simonetti, Fox Business.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Tuesday, August 19th. DeKalb County will host a public memorial service honoring Officer David Rose on Friday at First Baptist Church in Atlanta. Rose was the officer killed during a shooting outside the CDC headquarters on August 8th. He leaves behind a wife and 2 children with a third on the way. A GoFundMe has been set up to support his family. Cobb County fire investigators are looking at arson as a possible cause of a fire at the residence at Riverside Apartments. Cobb Fire Chief Justin Green said firefighters were able to extinguish the flames quickly, but a woman and her daughter were endangered and had to escape by window. 3 units were damaged, but there were no injuries. Cobb Tax Commissioner Carla Jackson announced property tax bills for Cobb County have been issued. Tax payments are due by October 15th. Over 270,000 bills representing over $1.3 billion were sent out. You can view your bill and make a payment online at cobbtaxpayments.org. And some big changes are coming to Kennesaw Mountain starting October 15th. No car traffic will be allowed on the mountain road, leaving it exclusively open to hikers and cyclists. The Kennesaw Mountain Shuttle will still transport visitors on the mountain road. Today's weather, scattered thunderstorms with temperatures in the mid-80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Eric Swalwell. Boy, when I bring up that name, it's one of those names that will make your blood boil if you sit down and think about it too long. I mean, the man was involved with a spy, Fang. She was a spy from the CCP.
So a Chinese honeypot that everyone knew was a honeypot, apparently, except Eric Swalwell.
I don't know how you miss it. I don't know how you miss that fact, but yet he did. And, there's pictures of her kissing and those two kissing all across social media over the years, and it's just weird and gross and whatever. But let me tell you, he's a guy that is not afraid to continue a lie. And he came out this weekend, and he was on television talking about the big lie that Trump is a Russian asset. It's unthinkable that this guy is given platforms to continue with this BS. Everybody knows the truth. Everybody knows that it's bullcrap. Everybody knows that he wasn't a Russian spy. And if you had any doubt, everything that's been released by Tulsi Gabbard in the Office of D&I has proven it for you. It's connected all the dots. But I want you to hear from this traitor, in my opinion, a guy that is a traitor to his country, Eric Swalwell, talking about Donald Trump. Well, I don't know if he's a Russian asset or not.
Congressman, your sense of where this goes from here?
Well, if you're Europe, you're quite worried now because you just saw the president of the United States achieve 0, and they will have to ask themselves what more are they willing to do, knowing that they too could be thrown under the bus if Russia ever moved farther west. But as far as objectives, I was hoping to hear that there would be a trilateral meeting. That didn't come out of this. I was hoping to hear there'd be a ceasefire. That didn't come out of this. And I was hoping to at least hear about the territory that would be proposed or exchanged by both sides. That didn't come out of this. Look, Alicia, I don't know if Donald Trump is or is not a Russian asset. I do know that at press conferences like this and like at Helsinki, he certainly acts like one. And that is cold comfort for anyone in the United States, particularly in our military, that the commander-in-chief would be so flattering of and so charming to a ruthless dictator like Vladimir Putin.
This guy is unbelievable. I love when he says well, Europe, I mean, gosh, they don't even know what they're walking into. What are they willing to do? Willing to do nothing. They're willing to do nothing. They've done nothing up until this point, Los. Why would they be willing to do anything moving forward?
Part of politics is delivering red meat. Now, that's just how it goes. And if you remember back to 2016, what were the chants? Lock her up.
Yeah.
All right. That was the plan with Hillary Clinton. And then as soon as you win the election, Donald Trump's like, we're not going to lock her up. But that's the red meat. It's crazy that a portion of our society, the red meat is still Donald Trump's a Russian asset.
It's so tired.
Like, that's firmly believable to these people. They still go to it. They're going to ride that one. He's a 34-time convicted felon. Their new one, because apparently if you haven't committed any crimes by the time you're 78 years old, the newest one is now you're a pedophile, right?
Oh, yes,
I mean, that's the newest one. And so this is all just a demonstration. That's all. And in truth, the pivot is going to be incredible, because the entirety of the news cycle since Friday has been they didn't get anything done. That's not going to get done. Why is there not a trilateral meeting? Why have they not? Why do we not know the conditions? What do we not know about land? You're not in those meetings, Eric Swalwell. You're just not. You're not important enough. You're not going to get any of this stuff done. So if something does get done, watch their heads explode. Like I wouldn't even be around your Aunt Peg's house. Like she might have a nuclear meltdown at her house.
For sure.
Like she might actually pull down her Ukrainian flag from outside her home.
And the crazy thing is, Swalwell's mad that he met with Putin. He's mad that he met with Putin, and now he's mad that Putin's not involved. Which is it, dude? You can't be both ways.
Can't be both.
But he's riding the fence on both sides. So which? And I think Phil Holloway said it best when he said, if Trump's right, he's wrong, and if he's wrong, he's wrong. There's no winning with people like this. What does Eric Swalwell provide? Give me something that putting him on television is going to provide someone. I can't see anything he provides except that the red meat.
Red meat. That's it.
And I guess, but your ratings suck. I mean, MSNBC's ratings couldn't be any worse. And they're providing red meat to who? There's nobody watching.
To the last little bit. Yeah. To the last little bit. That is all. By the way, I just sent you something.
Yeah.
So you know how I've always used my favorite meme, which is Hitler making a sad face, from the movie Jojo Rabbit.
Yep.
That's what I use whenever the left starts, going sad face nuts and everything else, or they're mad about something. I have a new one now, and I just sent it to you.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah,
and
Trump in the window waving by,
waving by from McDonald's. Okay. That's the one. I highly encourage you to share that over the course of as these people get upset. Just post that bye as they get I've had it with this. You just give them the Donald Trump waving goodbye from McDonald's and watch them lose their minds.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. This is going to be the one that I'm like, because again, you have the picture. This is zoomed in.
Yeah.
So it's really in your face, and that's Trump telling you bye-bye.
Yeah, adios now. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day.
Move along.
Enjoy your warmongering.
Yeah, we got nothing to talk about. There's nothing to see here. Nothing that you can be a part of or need to be a part of, because you provide nothing, Eric Swalwell.
Don't need you.
And
you're no help here.
Dude, and then James Comey. The whole James Comey, Taylor Swift thing, it's totally off subject, but it just hit me in the face. It's like another person that's on television that provides nothing. You're going to talk about somebody that is completely useless. Man, the Democrats are not afraid to run out people that are completely useless and provide nothing and prop them up as somebody that provides something. It's unbelievable. And, I mean, the American people see it and they know it. If you ran that out there, that the American people understand that they're both traitors to their country, in my opinion. They're both traitors to their country, and I think most people see it that way. Even the Democrats, we had the numbers with the Democrats that 56% are really interested in everything that's been declassified. So that would throw James Comey in there too as a guy that's been a traitor to his country. They all recognize it. They all realize it. Now, admit it? Probably not, but they know it. That's the thing that's so irritating to me.
Do you think that if you went to, let's say, NASA, for instance, and you walked around and it turned out that you were like, yeah, there's some smart people here, but overwhelmingly, there's nothing special here. Like, these people aren't that bright. Like, would that kind of open your eyes a little bit?
Yeah, sure would. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's your entirety of your government.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
your government is filled with a bunch of very mediocre people that can't wait to talk to you about Taylor Swift, and they are filthy to the core. Are they smart? No.
Not particularly. And what have I said about D.C. for forever? Friggin' it is Hollywood for ugly people.
Hollywood for ugly people.
And it just keeps getting reinforced every stinking day.
Smart enough to be elected, smart enough to hide this sort of stuff. Then every now and then the mask falls down and you go, what the?
Yeah, where'd all
really?
that come from?
I mean, does that make Swalwell a genius? The fact that he still gets to do these show programs, even though he basically has no power in the House. He no longer sits on any committees of importance. He got taken by a Chinese honeypot, and yet they call him because they go, well, he'll deliver the red meat.
Yeah, he'll give us exactly what we want, exactly what we need, exactly what we need. It's freaking enough to make you want to scream, though. If you pay attention to it, which I try not to most often, you know what I mean? Obviously, pay attention enough to talk about it and know what's happening. But I want more than anything in the world to give them zero of my attention. Zero. I want to give them none of my attention. Like the NFL, I don't want to give them any of my attention either.
I would point this out to you. Because if Donald Trump was to be out of office, obviously in 3 years, I think he becomes like the biggest guest on every show anywhere all the time. And there's a reason why presidents don't do like network news. They'll do a sit down here and there for like the Super Bowl. This is what they do. But typically you also have people that lose elections, and yet if they're compelling enough, everyone still tracks them down to have them on. Sarah Palin for years did network television. She got on all the cable channels because people still wanted to hear what Sarah Palin had to say. Mm-hmm. Do you know there's an unemployed drunk lady in California that nobody wants to hear of?
Yes, I saw her this weekend, stumbling and stammering.
That woman's drunk, dude.
Dude,
that woman is drunk. Trust me, I know drunk. I've seen it. I can't wait for football season. That woman's drunk.
I would like to join her in that. Yeah. Maybe just a little bit. Not all the time. Not like all the time like she does, but
it's like listen, if you catch me drunk during daylight hours, it's a golf tournament or a football game. It's not going to happen. That woman's drunk all the time.
Dude, I'm telling you, get that lady into some rehab or something.
Give credit to at least, guys like Swalwell. At least he's sober when they call him up.
Yeah, I guess.
When he gets in front of people.
Yeah, he's not completely
I'm
bombed.
so glad that's what they put up. That is what Joe Biden's final gift to America was. Mwah. I give you Kamala Harris. She's the one. And the rest of the party's going,
no.
And then they had to follow all of their DEI rules. Yep. And so once they did, they gave us a drunk, crazy woman who all she did was tour the country. And then as soon as they rejected her, then all she did was tour the country drunk.
Yeah, and continues it on. So she's the gift that keeps on giving. Thank you, Joe Biden, I suppose. But hey, here's another thing, though, Los, that you'd brought up, and the fact that Donald Trump said, Xi will not invade Taiwan while he's in office. And he said President Xi told him that.
Yeah, this is Donald Trump. I think he was on Air Force One over the weekend, and this is coming back over from the trip to Alaska, and he's asked about his comments that. Yeah, and Putin agreed. Putin pointed out, no, we weren't going to invade if he was in office, in part because they fear the fact that he will use American power against people. We'll take a listen to what the Chinese have told him when it comes to Taiwan.
You have a very similar thing with President Xi of China and Taiwan. But I don't believe there's any way it's going to happen as long as I'm here. We'll see. He told me, I will never do it as long as you're president. That's President Xi told me that. And I said, well, I appreciate that. But he also said, but I am very patient. And China is very patient.
And we've learned that.
I said, well, that's up to you. But it better not happen now.
Dude.
They missed their window with Joe Biden.
Yeah.
But they'll get another one down the road.
Absolutely, they will. Donald Trump's not always going to be in office. There won't always be a Republican in office. And they are very patient. Now, right now, there's a bit of concern about their military having the ability to do it and to pull it off anyway. You see the way that they had a Chinese Navy ship and a Chinese, I forget, it was a Coast Guard, maybe Coast Guard ship. They were going after a Filipino ship, and then they ran into each other. So it makes you wonder if they have the ability anyway. They have a lot of good equipment because they've stole it from the United States. They've used, sabotage and they've used people that have been here to steal state secrets. And we know that they've been through Microsoft inside the Pentagon, which is insane to think about. So you wonder where they get all of our secrets and all of our blueprints for aircraft and ships. But are they able to use it effectively? So that's another reason that he may be very, very slow to act. Because if you recall, he said 2027 was their target year. And now he's backing off that for a few different reasons. Probably Trump. And then, does my military even have the ability to pull this off?
China does have an age window. That's one of the challenges that's out there because of their birth policies. Remember, back in the day, it was the one-child birth policy. They've since backed off of that. But because of that policy, their military age men are going to age out of being capable. And so that's only in a few years. That's why China has to make this move probably by the time we get to 2030, early 2030.
Yeah, I'm hopeful, man. I'm hopeful that that the United States is in a much more dominant position, and I know Donald Trump's trying to get us there. A much more of a position to lead and be respected on the world stage. So maybe it never happens, and we never have to put our men and women in uniform in harm's way. That's what I hope and pray for every day and every night. Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. When we come back, make no mistake about it, the Democrats are for one type of people, and it ain't you and me. Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, August 19th. The Atlanta Braves, their 5-game winning streak is over after a 13-9 loss last night at Truist Park to the Chicago White Sox. Game 2 of the series goes down tonight. It'll be Bryce Elder on the mound against Shane Smith. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons continue to churn their roster as the team has released veteran receiver DJ Chark, who is considering retirement due to a lingering hip injury. The team also added pass rusher Ronnie Perkins to the roster. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Scrolling across Better Homes and Gardens. Seems odd that I'd be doing that. I know it's usually Rolling Stone magazine or some country music website, some sports website, but Better Homes and Gardens popped up. And guess what they're talking about? If you want to refresh your curb appeal or increase the value of your home, find inspiration in these home exterior ideas. Guess what they are? New windows, new doors, refresh the siding, paint the house, do the gutters, new roof. All those things that Southern Exteriors does for you. They can do it, and they give you a great deal right now if you want to do one or all of those projects. Whatever you have, whatever facelift you'd like to do to the house, they'll give you 10% off any job or 12 months 0% financing. So it's totally up to you how you want to work this, but if you need those new windows, if you want those new doors, the double doors are the fancy thing now. I must admit, my wife was on the early end of that. We did that, I don't know, probably 10 years ago. And now I see them still continually popping up in my neighborhood. Maybe you've thought about them too. Or maybe you're going to go backwards. Maybe you've got double doors, want a single. Whatever it is you want to do, Southern Exteriors can make it happen. And they've got the great offers that I shared with you. Easy to get a hold of them. 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co.
The EQE electrifies the essence of Mercedes-Benz values. The road to the future might not even be a road. Why not travel in comfort, with confidence, and the competence to meet every new mile with a can-do attitude? That's the aptitude of the EQE SUV. Get an exceptional offer on the all-electric 2025 Mercedes-Benz EQE 250 Plus SUV. Just $599 per month for 36 months with $78.93 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. We'd love to welcome you to the RBM of Atlanta family. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Global sales performance and governance expert positions offered by Kuhn & Nagel Incorporated in East Point, Georgia. Maintain customer relationship management tool, Microsoft Dynamics -Corelog. Must be willing to travel domestically 10% and internationally 5%. Position reports to East Point, Georgia office. Telecommuting permitted in accordance with company policy, but must live within commuting distance of stated office. Please submit resume to mary.boruch@kuehne-nagel.com. Reference job ID 8916273.
We have all been in bad relationships at some time or another in our life. They drain us, they weigh us down, and they wear on us. So we just resolve that things won't change, and then we decide to live with it and make the best of a bad situation. That's also what my pain felt like. I tried everything, and I guess I just stopped expecting better. I just resolved to myself that maybe this is just my life. With Relief Factor, you don't have to stay in that relationship with pain. You can break up with pain, like Anthony did. He wrote to me and told me, I was dealing with debilitating pain and fatigue. I've been taking Relief Factor for about 2 months, and I am back to running my own business. I'm back to fishing and gardening and all the things that are truly important to me in my life. Relief Factor is the 100% drug-free solution that targets the inflammation causing your pain, back, neck, joints, wherever it hurts. Break up with your pain. Try Relief Factor, the 3-week quick start, $19.95. Visit relieffactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF.
The only thing better than covering all these Trump wins is watching the left implode over it.
Donald Trump, he's entertaining the world while he's changing the whole freaking planet.
Extra 106.3 is committed to bring you the news you care about most. From Atlanta legends and conservative voices you've relied on for a generation. Proud to be Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
The closest thing that I've ever been to elite is being at a ball game and seeing elite athletes on the field. That's the closest I've ever been to elite.
I don't know. There's a reason why your nickname's Sweet Tug, and that's not SWEET.
I don't know about that now.
SUITE Tug.
I've been in the company suite along with you a couple times, but
it's rare for me. I have to get an invite. Tug just walks.
That's not true. We have the same credential.
Sweet Tug.
Identical. He's trying to
elite Tug.
Come on now. I'm not elite at anything.
You don't even need to wear a credential. They know you by face over there.
That's right.
That's
Here
crazy.
he comes.
Yeah, it's crazy talk. Y'all act crazy.
Tug actually gets into a lot of places because he's very nice to everybody.
That's all you have to be, man. And if you're ever at a concert and you want to get backstage, just look at your phone and just walk right in. And most of the time, they won't stop you.
That's what he does.
And that's what you have to do sometimes.
That's why it's him and Darius on tour.
That's right.
Oh, God, that's Tug Coward.
Well, let me tell you, they're like, call the police. I've seen him before. I know what he does. He just walks back here. No, but the reason I bring this up is because the Democrat Party, Los, is not for me or you. They are for those people that are not like us.
I got a lot of respect for Victor Davis Hanson. And when he has these eureka moments, I often go, oh, what has he learned? And it finally happened where I was like, oh, great, we're now on the same side. So I think he's doing like a Fox News hit, or he's, doing his regular deal where he shows up and he'll do a quick podcast with somebody. And he pointed out, why have the Democrats lost men? Oh, it's a bigger picture thing. He's like, they've lost the working class. They've lost men. They've lost the people that used to be their core. And as he put it, it's a focus now strictly on coastal elites. And while one side of the party is continuing to scream, and typically it's the older side of the party that's saying, hey, what are we doing here? Like, we need to center this. How have you lost unions? How have you lost working class? How have you lost the common man who was like the guy? The guy who works with his hands, he votes Democrat. This is what he does. Victor Davis Hanson goes, your party's dead without these people.
Well, but any party would be.
They're strictly for the elites. Well, for the longest time, the joke was always that the Republicans, it's like what you had pointed this out, and I'd forgotten this for the longest amount of time. When you brought up Family Ties.
Oh, yeah, right.
And you said, what's the comedy there? That you have this young Republican in the House, and everything is there to mock him because that's who the party represented. The elites, the people that have this money, Wall Street.
This is right. And big corporations.
And legacy money.
Yeah, that's right.
And yes, it's still present there. But what has changed now is that there's such a focus on taxation and small business and deregulation that you now have the working people, me, everybody else who's like, I go to work for a living. This is what I deal with. They've recognized that the Democrats no longer serve their interest. And so when you get right into it, the Democrats are strictly the party of the elites, or those that seek to be elite in their own mind. These are the people that sit there and tell you they don't have 2 dimes to rub together. They're sitting in their rented apartment with 4 cats, yet they want to tell you because their level of education gives them bigger empathy, and they're so much smarter than you.
That's what they think, that their education is that great separator. And what they're going to learn, and we heard Rich McCormick say it on this show, what they're going to learn is their big education and all of those stacks of degrees is going to get them, with $1, a cup of coffee.
About?
It's going to mean nothing. It's going to add up to 0. People working with their hands will be the elite. And not because they treat people a different way, not because they live high on the hog, because most people that have money are working people that don't broadcast it. They drive regular cars. Some of the richest people I know drive GMCs, not Ferraris.
Yeah.
And that's the thing I don't think that the Democrats see at all. They don't see that. They still see the Harvard education is the way to go. And I'm not saying that a Harvard education is bad necessarily. I'm just telling you that there's more to it than just the Harvard education.
I believe that what we're now seeing in society, AI is altering what jobs are going to be available, how they're going to be done, how do you integrate that into your work. And what I think it's going to do, big picture, it's going to really make a big distinction between those that produce something and those that do not.
That's right.
And so if you're able to produce something of value to other people, then you have value. If you don't, well, then you're sitting in that apartment with the 4 cats complaining that the system screwed you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep voting Democrat.
Hey, but I saw Mike Rowe the other day from Dirty Jobs, and I admire him so much, man. He's been on for as long as I've known who he is. He's been on the go to trade school, become somebody that can produce something or repair something. He was talking about the system, how forever it's been like, hey, go to college and learn to code. That's going to be the thing that's going to separate you. That's going to be the difference maker. And he was always like, no, the difference maker would be like, can you repair the toilet that people need inside their home? Is it glamorous? No. Are the elites going to want to do it? No, they still aren't. But that's what's going to separate you. That's the thing that's going to make you different. Being a coder is going to have a dead end because AI is going to do all the coding. They don't need coders.
I had a moment on the golf course yesterday of like the most elite thing I could possibly do. And I had a friend of mine who noticed there was a couple bandages on my hand. He's like, what are those from? I go, I cut myself. What were you doing? I was like, I was hanging can lights. First off, he's like, you knew not to grab them in certain places, right? I was like, yeah, sometimes I didn't pay attention. I cut myself.
It just happens.
And then it turned into, why are you hanging can lights? I'm like, because I'm doing the electrical work in the basement and I'm running this. And well, you know how to do that? I'm learning to.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Right. Julian's helping out.
Yeah, I've got my stepdad who's like, here, this is how this works. This is how this. And so, like,
make sure he cuts off the power. That's just a side note.
Just make sure Julian cuts off the power no matter what. That man. Anyway, but every single time you finish something up like that, there's this moment that, when my wife comes downstairs and she's like, wow, this is great stuff. Yeah. And then in my mind, I'm going, now what would have cost me?
Dude.
had I had to hire somebody. And that's what it then turns into. I'm like,
thousands. Because the way y'all are doing that, I mean, I bet you've saved yourself $8,000 or $10,000 already.
Without a problem.
To this point. And you're not even completely done yet.
And I'm not hating on electricians. I'm telling you, go get that money. And to think that when you go do that job, like I've now seen this in so many of these estimates that we have gotten when it's come to finish the basement. I had one gentleman who there was some work we were looking to do with finishing out a couple of these walls. We're going to do some framing work. And the materials were not really that pricey. You could get all the materials you needed for framing out like 50 feet of wall, probably I would say in the neighborhood of, let's say, $400, $500. His labor on there says $4,000.
That's right.
And I'm like, that's what he's charging you. And he's busy.
Dude, if you go...
He'll get it from somebody else if he doesn't get it from me. I'm like, we're going to pass, but at the same time, I'm like, good for you.
Electricians, contractors, people that work on your car, look at the bill when you get it. Half of it is the parts. The other half is the actual labor of getting it done.
I would say a lot of these cases, when it comes to this sort of work, 3/4 of it is the labor.
Yeah. Rich elites, those people that are, just wealthy beyond imagine, they're not going to be doing this kind of stuff, and they're fine with it. It's those people that long to be elite, right? They go to a Ivy League school, and their goal is to be rich and wealthy. And look, I guess everybody has that to a degree, but they go and get these worthless diplomas that take them nowhere. And in their pursuit of being rich and being elite, they do nothing, and they help themselves. Not at all. They don't do anything for themselves. And then they sit, like Los is saying, in that apartment and are mad because they chased a, women's studies degree or something, or whatever the degree is that does not provide anything for anyone. It gives them no ability.
I have people that I've known since we were in first grade who now work in academia, who have the multitude of degrees, and yet they're staring over at me going like, well, why did this work out for you? I went and got all this education. I'm like, well, I'm actually producing something.
Yeah.
Like, I actually make people money.
Yeah, that's right. And most of them with their women's studies degrees.
They were never told that. They were never told in order to, if you want to rise in a capitalistic society, you have to have something of value.
And that's why all of a sudden socialism seems so appealing. But ask the people of Bolivia what they think of socialism. You read in the Washington Post yesterday, day before, one of the two. They have a strong feeling all of a sudden about socialism. When we come back, maybe the people in New York should read that too. When we come back, no matter what Zelensky does or says, the Ukrainian people, they are desperate for peace. Next on Xtra 106.3.
Braves fans, some things just get better with time, like your love for the Braves and banking with Truist One Checking. It's checking for life, offering everyday essentials like no overdraft fees and a tap-to-pay debit card, and great extras you'll appreciate season after season, like automatic upgrades as your balances grow. Be ready every inning with Truist One Checking. It's life-ready checking that grows with you. Get Truist One Checking today. Truist Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
If you've been waiting for the right time to make the switch to electric, this is it. At Jim Ellis Chevrolet, limited time incentives on select EVs are here now, but only through September 30th, 2025.
That means if you've had your eye on an electric car, this could be your last chance to save thousands of dollars.
Whether it's the all-new Chevy Blazer EV, the powerful Silverado EV, or something in between, now's the time to plug in and move forward.
Plus at Jim Ellis Chevrolet, we make the switch easy with expert guidance, flexible financing, and a friendly team ready to help you every step of the way.
Don't wait. Visit Jim Ellis Chevrolet today or head to JimEllisChevrolet.com to find out more. But hurry, these savings disappear after September 30th. Jim Ellis Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Jim Ellis, expect the best.
There are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes freedom is worth fighting for, and that is Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell service with access to all 3 major networks. And don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who have made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching now is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you now. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/Beck, patriotmobile.com/Beck. Use the promo code Beck for a free month of service. patriotmobile.com/Beck or call 972-PATRIOT.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
Will the leaders of 2 countries at war finally meet? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
It's going to require both sides to receive, but also to give. In essence, one side's not going to get 100% here. Each side is going to have to make some concessions.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Fox after Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky had a White House meeting that was not contentious, like in February, and was joined by other European leaders days after President Trump's summit in Alaska with Russian leader Vladimir Putin.
Important discussions as we work to end the killing and stop the war in Ukraine. We're all working for the same goal. Very simple goal. We want to stop the killing.
The next steps will be a bilateral meeting between Zelensky and Putin, followed by a trilateral meeting that includes President Trump. Now, the president immediately called Putin to begin setting that up. The deal that's emerging would likely require Ukraine to cede some land to Russia, and in exchange, Ukraine would get a commitment of protection from the U.S. and European allies. The Wall Street Journal is reporting this morning that Zelensky is open to the idea of what they're calling proportional land swaps with Russia.
Fox's Doug Luzader. North Korea's leader is angry over U.S. and South Korean military drills, warning they could ignite a war. Kim Jong-un also vowed to expand his nuclear arsenal. Hurricane Erin remains a Category 3 storm, and though it's forecast to move away from the U.S., Fox meteorologist Janice Dean tells us it's going to grow.
Even though the storm is not going to make landfall, it's so big, we're still going to feel tropical storm impacts as well as strong rip currents, huge waves. It's going to be, really dangerous to go out in the water along the East Coast over the next few days.
Fox meteorologist Janice Dean again. Flooding concerns have led to mandatory evacuation orders in North Carolina's Outer Banks. Air Canada getting ready to fly again after working out a tentative agreement to end a flight attendant strike that's grounded flights since Saturday. Air Canada hopes to resume service this evening. America's listening to Fox News.
Summer is all about making memories, right? Backyard barbecues, road trips, maybe finally getting around to that hiking trail you've been eyeballing. But if you're living with pain, those future memories can be stolen from you. So here's a thought. Call 1-800-4RELIEF and try Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement designed to help your body fight pain. It's a doctor-developed formula made from natural ingredients. Best part? Relief Factor doesn't mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it for good. Whether it's kayaking, running around with the little ones, or just chilling in a hammock, Relief Factor can help you feel better, move better, and do more of the things you love all summer long. So if you're ready to reclaim your summer, head over to ReliefFactor.com or give them a call at 1-800-4RELIEF. Do it now and get their 3-week quick start for just $19.95. That's 1-800-4RELIEF.
No traffic, no big deal. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10. We now have football in our sights on Saturday. It starts and you have it all the way through, December, January, late January, I guess. It is a good time to be alive. With all the craziness that's happening in the world, you have that to fall back on. If there's nothing else, we got football. Hallelujah.
We had a point a couple weeks ago where it was, all right, so from here on out, we have football every weekend and it was like, here's this date in January, and then obviously we have Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's good, dude.
It's good.
It's like
I'm ready.
Griswold. It's good. It's good.
So good. It's good. So good.
So good. Exactly right. And Neil Bortz fans, if you're a fan of Neil Bortz, talk to him at 7:25. Coming up here on the Morning Extra. The media's job, Los, just got really, really difficult. Because, I mean, you have to search up and down. You have to dig. You have to try to stretch to figure some way to complain about Donald Trump. And it's not easy. This is not an easy time to complain about Donald Trump. In Trump 1.0, he was a little more Yosemite Sam, a little more Wild Wild West, so it was easy to grab onto something that he had said or something that he had tweeted. It was so easy to find things. Trump 2.0, post-Butler, there is really, really not a lot out there to pick him apart about, and especially when it comes to this Ukraine-Russia peace deal, man. It's really tough because everything they said was going to happen hasn't, and everything he said was going to happen has.
Well, he's going to lead us to World War III.
through a peace deal.
Through peace deals.
That's right.
Yeah, this is problematic for the media. That's why the media is no longer...
That's why they're changing their names.
Yeah. It's no longer the institution that it's been in this country. We now have, sites like X where we're able to actually get the real information about what's going on. And here's the live feed, here's the video, and here's your instant analysis on what's out there. I think so much of this comes right back to Donald Trump is trying to be his own moonshot. Isn't to put us on Mars, or with Joe Biden, cure cancer. He's trying to create peace and stability around the world. And then once he accomplishes that, then he's on to the next thing and the next thing. And I think that's what frustrates his opponents, is that he keeps knocking out the next thing. And more so than anyone I've seen in my lifetime, these first 6 months, these first 7 months, have been so aggressive in accomplishing so many policies, whether they're going to work or not. So far, they are. But that's got to be the frustration for his political opponents.
I would imagine so, because he said...
he'll get another census.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely he's going to. There's no doubt.
Why do you think he's talking about paper ballots? He's going to get it.
He's going to get it. That's exactly... all the things that he talks about. And he usually... He'll say them much earlier than it's going to happen. Like... If with paper ballots, it's going to be probably by the end of the year. He'll have that already in motion. But he gives you about a 6-month runway. Here's what's coming. Just recognize it.
And this is smart of the administration. He does float the trial balloons. And if it doesn't work, he quickly pulls it back.
Pivots, yeah.
Remember, we did have the moment as of about a month ago when it was, we might have to look into, and it was basically amnesty.
That's right.
For our hotel workers, our farm workers, and then immediately, the quick turnaround 24 hours later. It's not amnesty. We're not talking amnesty. Everybody got to go.
Yeah.
Because it was a trial balloon.
Yeah, they wanted to know.
Let's see what people are going to say about this. And the paper ballot's not been an issue. Since it's not been an issue.
Everybody wants the paper ballots. Everybody wants to feel like their vote counts and their election is secure. And then the census, too. Most Americans, if you look at the polling, most Americans do believe we want only citizens to be able to vote, and we only want citizens being represented and counted, because that determines how many representatives you have. I can't imagine anybody... And I know they're out there, but I just can't imagine anybody that sees it any other way than that. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, they're the never Trumpers.
Well, sure, yeah.
Now, the never Trumpers were on the Republican side.
Yeah, no.
Now they've just created their own little, their own little bunker where they're Republicans and Democrats, and they're like, "Can you believe what he did to us?"
Yeah.
I hate this guy.
He boxed us in a corner over
here.
He
boxed us into a corner.
We got no power. We got no authority. We can't do anything.
They were Republicans that firmly believed that the party belonged to them. Like the Bill
always had.
Bill Kristols of the world.
Oh, yeah.
I can't stand Trump. It's like, because he made you irrelevant.
He's a Democrat now. I know he says he's a Republican. He's not.
No.
Everything he talks about is Democrat talking points, Democrat narratives. And you're
like that
right.
Lincoln Project.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, what a bunch of wackadoos.
What a freaking waste of time. Complete waste of time. But it's not just you and I that appreciate Trump. It's not just you and I that want to see him succeed in bringing peace to the globe. It's actually the Ukrainian people. The Ukrainian people are, when asked, they definitely want this war to come to an end. And it's not always that way, but CNN's Harry Enton has that, and I want you to hear him because it's not just us. They are desperate for peace.
There have been some absolutely major shifts. The idea that Ukraine's going to achieve complete victory, that idea has collapsed within Ukrainian society. What are we talking about here? Ukrainians on the war versus Russia. You go back to 2022, the start of the war. Fight until Ukraine wins. Look at this. The vast majority, about 73%, agreed with that position. Negotiate to end the war as soon as possible, only 22%. Look at where we are now. It's a complete flip. It's the inverse. Now 69% want to negotiate to end the war as soon as possible, compared to just 24% who want to fight until Ukraine wins. That's a 49-point drop in this position. Now, of course, negotiating to end the war as soon as possible, that's a bit more nuanced, right? Ukrainians don't want to agree to all of Russia's demand, but I think the idea of even there being some territory that would be not formally recognized as being given that Russia could in fact stay in, that does have majority support, but the idea of formal recognition of Russia's demand, absolutely not.
All right. Why do you think that opinion has changed to the extent that it has?
Well, I think one of the big reasons why opinions have changed is this idea that this war is going to end anytime soon. Ukrainians don't think it will. Take a look here. Ukrainians on the war ending within a year. Just 25% say that it is likely. Look at this. 68% say it is unlikely that the war will in fact end in a year. And you'll notice, John, this 68% looks a heck of a lot like the 69% who say that they want to negotiate to end the war as soon as possible.
The Ukrainians have seen what has happened on those front lines. They've seen their countrymen die en masse, and they're tired of it. The only thing is that out of those numbers, because it said Enton said 25% of Ukrainians see the war ending within a year. That might change with Trump doing what he's doing right now. But the belief is we can't win, and we need to end this as soon as we can.
There is such a thing as when a society gets weary of war. And after 3.5 years, I believe that's where the Ukrainians are, where they don't want this to continue, but they also don't see a way out. I think that's exactly what those numbers are. And so Donald Trump represents that one person who's like, I can get this thing shut down. Like, I will end this war. Here's how we're going to do it. And he's doing it so far in pieces. I'm going to deal with the Russians. Now I'm going to deal with the Europeans as well as Ukrainians. And then let's see where we're going to get this deal done. Together. Let's get this deal done. You have a society there that has seen, because we've pointed out some of the averages, the average age of people on the front line is now into their 40s.
Dude.
They have an entire generation of youth that is either fled or dead.
That's not a way to win a war. You and I both know that. We joked about joining the ice ranks the other day and trying to go through their physical fitness rigor.
They had a plus 40 age group.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could do any of it.
We're going to dominate.
I was in the military, and I'm not sure I could pass the military, regulations or regs anymore. I'd like to get out there and try. And man, if they needed me, I certainly would get out there. But I think you're right, man. They understand that, and this is something we talked about last hour with the elites and the fact that they don't like doing regular work and they think less of it. You've got the Ukrainians saving their youngest generation because they want to repopulate the country, right? They want to make sure that a generation survives. But when you put those people that are 45 plus out on the battlefield, all the people that are electricians, all the people that are plumbers, all the people that do actual work and know how to do things in the country are dying. Nobody in that country is going to be able to rebuild that country.
So in the business world, we call this brain drain. That what happens is that within a organization, other organizations start pilfering talent. So you might have, let's say you're a smaller organization and we take your best person at promotional marketing and this person who's really good at design and this person who codes to help your back end systems. And suddenly you now have this absence within your organization of like, well, we got to go find other people to do it. And the problem is it's hard to find them. Now imagine that on a scale of an entire society. Why do you think they want out of this?
Hundreds of thousands of people.
It's not just brain drain, it's death.
That's exactly right, dude. And never really, until just now, until this moment, when we started talking about the people that are older being on the front lines, it didn't come to me. I didn't even think about it. And then what we talked about in the last hour, that last segment, really prompted me to go, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
They're not going to have anybody to build a building with the expertise and the ability to build back. I mean, granted, I know other countries are going to pitch in. I know our tax dollars are going to end up there rebuilding that nation. And that probably means people from the United States going over and rebuilding. But they've lost their own ability to rebuild just by sheer numbers being completely wiped out because of this war.
Just consider, we lost over a decade plus in Vietnam, 50,000 Americans. The Ukrainians have lost somewhere between 50 and 110,000 in 3.5 years. That's the estimates, because they're not legit going to give you what they're...
Yeah.
And by the way...
that number's north.
And by the way, triple that wounded. Somewhere between 300 and 400,000 who have been wounded and maimed to the point where they're no longer functional as far as being able to work on a battlefield.
Or in society
or in
after
society
the war
in
is
general.
over. And then that opens up the new, who's taking care of those folks?
Yeah.
Like, who's going to be there to be able, and I guess nurses, maybe, the nurses that they've had that was probably not on the front lines will be able to handle some of that. But that's a lot of people dead and a lot of people injured. I feel sorry for that. I feel sorry for the Russian people. I don't feel sorry for Putin or Vladimir Zelensky. I have no feeling about them either way. I think they're both bad. But I do feel bad for the Russian people and the Ukrainian people in the fact that they just put their own countries through the meat grinder.
And I think a lot of this, when you see the polling data, and of course we can't poll the Russian people, but we can poll the Ukrainian people. We can see what their numbers are. I think that if you were to be able to ask both sides, the reason why you have these people talking about 70% of them that want the war over with is because they look at it as all Russia did was take some rich lands to make their rich people richer. What does it matter to me as the everyday Joe in Ukraine?
Yeah. How's it going to affect me?
I got to go get that land back for you?
Right. Well, but then on top of that,
I got to get in the grinder for you?
Yeah. Yeah. Who wants to do that? Nobody.
It's like our own American forces when they were in Afghanistan and they're guarding poppy fields.
Yeah. And you're like, what?
Looking around going like, what are we doing here?
This is insane. This is absolutely insane. And obviously we know Joey and many others that have been through that. And for what? And I have a feeling that those Ukrainian people, like you're saying, are feeling the exact same way. It's just it's a bad scenario. And you have the media and the left in this country going, no, Donald Trump can't get a win here. I could never cheer for him.
And that's why they're broken, and that's why they're done.
That's why they'll lose.
And if you haven't noticed, and you will see this change, MSNBC is now going to become MS Now. In part because NBC is trying to sell it.
Yes, that's right.
The other part is stop making our brand look so bad.
Yeah, they peeled off because I saw Megyn Kelly talk about this. They took the NBC off. They wanted NBC
no longer part of it.
To be no longer part of it because it's such a tarnished brand. They don't want They don't want NBC's brand. They don't want the cancer to grow there too. God, how terrible is that?
And I saw this from Clay Travis. He was the first person to point it out. I'm on a golf course, so I'm looking at my phone periodically, and I go, I think he's got a point there. So they have a logo that looks like it. Honestly, it looks kind of like a P.
It does. Totally does the little flag thing.
The little flag. PMS. And it looks like it says PMS Now, which could not be more fitting for the entirety of what is watching that network.
Dude, it's...
including me, apparently.
Yeah, well, us, this way, I guess we'll continue on after it turns into PMS. But...
PMS Now.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
I know exactly what I'm getting here.
Yeah, so it's exactly right.
But how wild, right? An entire news network that basically went, all right, fly the flag. We're done.
When I saw Joe Scarborough make this announcement, his description was fantastic. What does it mean to be an entrepreneur? Whatever you put into it. That's when he's setting up the name change. This is how he got to it. So basically no one knows what it means. I'm positive that they knew the MSNBC brand was so toxic they had to kill it off, and that was what Megyn Kelly echoed. She said, yeah, you got to get the NBC brand away from this. And it's just another win for Trump. And it's going to make my Aunt Peg lose her mind because that's where she gets everything. She reads and listens to MSNBC every day. And it makes me wonder a little bit, Los. Recently, when Joe Scarborough has said, yeah, it's good that Trump is cleaning up D.C., he knew that was coming. And I don't know that those correlate necessarily, but there is that little bit of me that goes, all of a sudden, he's, for the first time that I've ever seen, he's relatively pro-Trump. Hey, it's a good idea. Some other journalists feel like, they're in danger when they come to work or in D.C. I don't feel like, had that change not been coming and he didn't know, that he would have been comfortable saying that. I don't think.
Can we run a test?
Sure.
Scientific test?
Yeah.
All right. What I need you to do is you need to text Aunt Peg.
Oh, my God.
Your very crazy liberal aunt, and say, did you hear MSNBC is going to become MS Now because Trump broke them? And then,
I'm not putting all that.
And then send the picture of that I sent you of Trump in the window at McDonald's.
Dude, she would never speak to me again, ever. And I love her, so I want her to speak to me again.
Did you hear that MSNBC got so broken by Trump, they're changing the name to MS Now?
And Trump in the window.
With Trump waving in the window?
She may mail me a pipe bomb.
Of course she would. It always goes back to violence.
She would never, ever speak to me again. She would put
wonderful.
She would put X-Lax in the next chocolate cake she bakes. And she'd be like, no, here, have a big slice. No, this is all Tug's cake.
This could kill him.
That's right. He's going to poop his brains out. And I'm going to laugh. I can hear it now. Neil Board's the talk master. I can't wait to get Neil's take on the new PMS station. Next on Extra 106.3.
When conflicts escalate around the world, don't let the mainstream media scare you into believing their narrative. Get it right with Atlanta's only conservative voice. And trust the Morning Extra, Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, and our entire lineup to give it to you straight. Don't buy the fear. Just keep it here. Extra 106.3 FM and the all-new Extra app.
Oh, yes. Let's talk about True Prep. First off, if you want to go by the store, just know it's an adult playland. Okay? That's what it is. A lot of cool stuff in there. 1000 Cobb Parkway in Marietta. Or I highly encourage you, go to trueprep.com. That's truprep.com, and you can check out what they have going on. For instance, right now, 20% off. Used guns and gear. They're having this sale until the end of this month. So you got a little while longer until the end of August to be able to take advantage of this coming from True Prep. Also, sales and clearance, you can check out all their sections on their website. And then, of course, if you also want to get involved in some of their workshops, that's important too. So, like, first off, maybe you're just looking into, I want to start looking into at least being prepared for an emergency situation. How do I start? They have workshops on that. Or perhaps you're looking into a new firearm, maybe a first-time buyer of a new firearm. This is another program they have. Workshop's going to be coming up on the 24th of August, so coming out at the end of this week, where they'll have their first-time gun buyers workshop. This is where they take you through the process of what's the right weapon for you, what are you looking to use it for in terms of your own defense, and then how do you take care of it and how do you properly store it. These are questions that they can help answer for you. This is the value that True Prep gives you from start to finish. Go to truprep.com. That's truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
Experience luxury like never before behind the wheel of a brand new Cadillac from Jim Ellis Cadillac.
From the iconic Escalade to the innovative electric Lyric, Jim Ellis Cadillac offers the models you know and love, along with the latest in luxury EVs.
And the buying experience just as luxurious as the Cadillac name itself. With great prices, a great selection, and a team of knowledgeable sales associates, You'll love shopping at their showroom, conveniently located on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter.
Prefer to shop from home? Visit JimEllisCadillac.com, where you can browse all the latest offers and even start or complete your entire purchase online with the Jim Ellis Expressway.
Want to try before you buy? Schedule an at-home test drive and enjoy the convenience of home vehicle delivery. Luxury is waiting. Experience it today at Jim Ellis Cadillac. Jim Ellis Cadillac, where you can always expect the best.
Jim Ellis, expect the best.
Good morning, Mike. What you eating?
You gotta try this.
I can hear you crunching from the next cube over.
This is amazing. I just discovered it this weekend at Lidl. It's Greek Goddess Gourmet Granola. They were sampling it, so I tried it. Then I bought 6 bags.
Wow. Is it cereal?
Can be. Or an amazing trail mix. It's great for a meal or a snack.
What's in it?
Well, they have 2 flavors, maple oat and harvest nut, which is my favorite. It's made with whole grain oats, almonds, pecans, raisins, coconut, and the sweet taste of pure maple syrup. Maple oat is a simpler take on their delicious granola. It's got wholesome oats, plump raisins, coconut, and maple syrup.
That sounds healthy and delicious.
That's why I can't stop crunching, Susan.
Greek Goddess Gourmet Granola. It's a breakfast or on-the-go snack you can feel good about. It's dairy-free and gluten-free, and with only 2 grams of added sugar per serving, even your belly will love it. Pick some up at Lidl, Amazon, GreekGoddessGourmet.com, or at specialty stores near you.
Hey, it's Los. We're here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, I'm looking for a reliable vehicle, something for the family, but also for my daughter who's going to be driving soon. Why should I call you?
The main thing is you get to see it's a full transparency sale. What I like to do is show you the whole gamut, show you everything that's out there and everything that's available. I can get any make, any year, any model.
Financing. If I need to use it, what can you offer?
We have some of the best banks available, and we got rates starting at 4.99 from a 23 model and above. It could be a 14 model. We still have banks that will do all the financing for you at good rates, and they're primary banks. If you have credit issues, we still have banks that can accommodate those issues as well.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Tuesday, August 19th. DeKalb County will host a public memorial service honoring Officer David Rose on Friday at First Baptist Church in Atlanta. Rose was the officer killed during a shooting outside the CDC headquarters on August 8th. He leaves behind a wife and 2 children with a third on the way. A GoFundMe has been set up to support his family. Cobb County fire investigators are looking at arson as a possible cause of a fire at the residence at Riverside Apartments. Cobb Fire Chief Justin Green said firefighters were able to extinguish the flames quickly, but a woman and her daughter were endangered and had to escape by window. 3 units were damaged, but there were no injuries. Cobb Tax Commissioner Carla Jackson announced property tax bills for Cobb County have been issued. Tax payments are due by October 15th. Over 270,000 bills representing over $1.3 billion were sent out. You can view your bill and make a payment online at cobbtaxpayments.org. And some big changes are coming to Kennesaw Mountain starting October 15th. No car traffic will be allowed on the mountain road, leaving it exclusively open to hikers and cyclists. The Kennesaw Mountain Shuttle will still transport visitors on the mountain road. Today's weather: scattered thunderstorms with temperatures in the mid-80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Don't get no better than talking to Neil Bortz as he sings along to his own theme music. That's the best right there. How you been, Neil?
Well, I originally wanted some other theme music.
What was it originally, except instead of Huey Lewis?
Lucifer, Alan Parsons Project.
Well, then there you go. I wish you'd have gotten that. That would have been splendid.
Well, you know, Huey Lewis or Lewis and the Lewis, that worked out very well. It
did, absolutely. So memorable. I got to tell you, I know a little Alan Parsons Project, mainly Sirius and Eye in the Sky, but I don't know that I know the song Lucifer. And
Lucifer's all instrumental.
Yeah, well, so was Sirius. To be honest, I'm glad I don't know Lucifer.
I like Time.
Time by Pink Floyd? Or
No, Time, Alan Parsons
Okay,
Project.
I don't think I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Well, then there you go. I hate you didn't get those, but Huey Lewis seems to work.
Well, that's the breaks.
Yes, that's right. Well, but it broke well. It broke in your favor, it seems.
By the way, is Kohlberger still alive?
So far.
So yeah,
Damn.
From what we
so far.
Me and my wife watched a documentary last Friday night on him, and I don't know that I learned anything necessarily, except for the facts that he was talking to his mom just before and just after all the crazy killing that he admitted to. That he.
Some people say he was an incel, and that's what drove it.
That's what it said in the documentary. Yeah.
Did it? Yeah.
It was that he was rejected by women and he felt like he deserved to have their attention. And it's weird. He's an odd bird, that fella.
Okay, who was playing golf yesterday?
I played a little golf.
You heard they got a guy in New Jersey that was zapped by a lightning bolt.
Well, that's why I don't play when it's raining.
That's right.
Well, I do. However, I do. But that reminds me, one of the greatest lines ever in golf was delivered by Lee Trevino, who got zapped by lightning one time.
Huh.
And so he was at a news conference a year after. What are you going to do if a lightning storm comes up? And Lee Trevino said, I'm going to grab the 2-iron out of my bag, and I'm going to walk down the middle of the fairway holding that 2-iron over my head.
There you go.
And somebody said, why? He said, even God can't hit a 2-iron.
That's really good. Is it weird that I do have a fear of being struck by lightning?
Well,
as rare as it is, as impossible as it is, it does happen.
Well, it does happen. I don't know. Gee, do I have any inordinate fears?
I don't.
Other than Donna. You know, I really don't. I really don't think so. But anyway, so I love the name change. Jerry reminded me, and I read it also, that the new name change for MS, whatever it is BS Now.
Oh, BS Now. I love it. I love it. Or, as Lowe's pointed out earlier, if you look at the new logo, the flag kind of looks like a P.
It looks like PMS Now.
Oh, good.
It really does.
That was what Limbaugh always used to call it.
It's funny how that's become full circle. It's like, wow, all right, he really did nail that one. PMS Now.
One of the many things.
You know, I was making a list of phrases and stuff that just get on my nerves.
Oh, here we go.
Well, some of them don't get on my nerves. Some of them are very descriptive of things that are going on right now.
Okay.
Like, try this, and we don't need to elaborate on this, but black fatigue.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard that one. I've seen that pop up on social media a bunch.
Now, have you looked into the origins of this? Because that started in the black community,
That's right.
involving men being tired of dealing with the women in the community.
Really? I thought it was in the black community of blacks getting tired of dealing with the ghetto crowd, the thugs,
it's grown to that. Absolutely.
And but anyway, and it's certainly a thing on Carnival Cruise Lines.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Did you see the fight in Galveston?
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
No, I did not see that.
Okay, so we're talking about, I guess it'd be like the milling area before you even enter the ship.
Oh, yeah.
There was a big old brawl in that area when all they're doing is just getting ready to get on the ship.
Were they throwing furniture?
Yeah, it looked like he was throwing hands. A lot of people fighting.
Isn't it amazing? Just now, and here another thought. I write down these nutty thoughts all the time on TV advertising. Isn't it amazing that we've now reached the point on TV advertising where they show women spraying deodorant down their pants?
I have noticed that. I did see that ad.
My God.
well, to think, if we're talking 15 years ago, we would never have a TV ad where there were two men that were being intimate with one another. Yet now, every single drug ad, every single ad for anyone who's taking out insurance, it has to show you, oh, by the way, if you happen to be gay, we service you as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, in what sense?
Oh, yeah.
In the business sense. In the business sense.
Well, some of these ads, there is actually one ad on TV where it says, one of the side effects is loss of vision, which could become permanent.
Yeah, it's rough, man. I don't think I'm taking that.
I forgot what.
I think there's a couple of them, Neil, that say that. I don't think that's I think that's one or two that's got that.
But loss of vision, which could become permanent.
Yeah.
How's that for a side effect?
Yeah. Well.
Then so another note I wrote down, and this is a note for fat chicks. Okay.
There we go.
You're not plus sized. You're not curvy. You're fat. I do not want to hear that. I'm plus size. No, you're fat. I'm curvy. No, you're obese.
What about for dudes?
Same. But I've never heard a dude say that.
No, me either. Plus size dude. Me either.
I had an incident a few years ago, and I think.
Although you should have gotten me some plus size undies, panties the other day.
They didn't fit, Neil?
Oh, they fit fine.
Oh, okay.
Don't leave a lot of room.
That boa constrictor.
and then words I'm tired of hearing, like bombshell.
Oh, yeah.
Where the hell? I mean, a bombshell report. What the hell does that mean?
Yeah. Explosive, I guess.
And then with the kids and now the adults, where every third word is literally.
Yeah. Or
I'm trying to get my daughters to both end that. They both drop that on a regular basis.
Yeah. I'm literally going to the bathroom. I'm literally I can't even say that. Literally cooking dinner.
I'm literally on the air with you right now. Well,
Yeah.
yes, I know.
Physically, right?
And then, of course, the word racist I'm tired of, because nobody knows what the hell that word means. But then, bro this, bro that, bro you. I'm so tired of that. But I'm not as tired as I am as watching fat women spray deodorant down their pants.
I do need some phrases that need to go away. For instance, when people point out, at the end of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Why does it always have to be at the end of the day?
How about this point in time? And, that's 4 syllables to replace now. At this point in time, now,
right? You're trying to get clever. Maybe people were tired.
It's a Kamala Harris effect.
It may be.
I'm going to use a multitude of words to use one word.
Yeah. Well, but because she does the word salad, so it makes perfect sense for her.
You could have gone all day without mentioning that woman's name to me.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, Neil.
She made it popular to word salad.
Yeah. You know who LaMonica McIver is?
I do.
Yes.
Yeah, she's a woman that was arrested for, jostling or manhandling some, ICE.
Yeah, an ICE agent. Yeah.
Yeah, she now, Trump is saying Liberation Day in terms of sending the police into Washington, D.C. So now LaMonica is letting us all know that Liberation Day is another way of saying white power.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know that.
I missed that part.
I'll have to write it down, I guess.
That's right. Liberation Day.
Liberation Day is code for white power. So now you know. I'm glad I came up with something you didn't realize.
I wasn't aware that if you happen to bring some safety and stability to a largely black community,
that's white power.
That's white power, apparently.
Yeah. And especially when that community is very grateful.
It's very thankful that, hey, thanks for doing this.
And I would be too.
Yes.
And we have all the evidence we need right now that they were cooking the books in Washington, D.C., that police, a police supervisor, a supervisor would show up at the scene of a crime, the potential felony, and he would instruct the police officers to write the report so as to present this incident as a misdemeanor and not a felony. Why? Well, we got to keep the crime statistics low. And now they use those crime statistics to say, crime is down. We don't need the National Guard in Washington. Hell, you don't.
Yes, you definitely do.
Just nonsense. And Miranda Devine, you need to read this.
Yeah, she's great.
In the Washington Post today, the first newspaper I read every day. And then when I want to find out what's happening with black culture, I may read the AJC, but so far I haven't renewed my subscription. Don't see why I should. But anyway, a new explanation now of just why Joe Biden opened the borders. Y'all come. Y'all come to see us now and then. And that is because now we have these jurisdictions, New Jersey, of course, California, and what have you, that are insisting on counting illegal aliens in the census because that gives them additional representation in Congress.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm so retired. I'm so out of touch with it that I didn't realize. Of course, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, once you think about it, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I mean, they just flood these areas with illegal aliens that get counted in the census, and that increases the population count and leads to more representatives in those areas, all of which will be blue areas, because that's the nature of where the illegals go. And hey, it's all about power.
Well, this points out replacement theory, and for the longest time, Neil, replacement theory was, well, that's just a coded word for white people being concerned about other people coming into their country. No, replacement theory was always intended for the black and Hispanic populations that were leaving the Democrat Party. They were backfilling with a permanent subservient class that was going to have to live in the shadows and vote for them and count towards their census numbers to keep their power up.
Yeah. And now they're getting exposed in that. Gavin Newsom, oh yeah.
What a goon.
I know. I mean, what in the hell was Kimberly thinking? Jeez. Well, of course, what was Ted Danson thinking? But we're setting that aside. Kimber failed to come up with the answer to this little mystery.
Okay.
A horse breeder in Ocala.
Yeah.
Same guy that bred Bortz the horse. Yeah. Has a new horse out there, a new thoroughbred. I don't know if it's raced yet, but the name of the thoroughbred is All Pink.
All Pink.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see when that horse moves to the inside.
No.
I was a little slow on the uptake, but boy, when Mo's made it so clear for me,
I can see
it was easy to spike it down.
That's
great.
That track announcer is going to have a time, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And there's going to be lots of laughs, and you know what? And probably drinking games based on that.
Yeah, oh hell yeah. Bortz the horse never won a race.
Well, that's all right. I never had a horse named after me.
Well, I think he gets $15 stud fee, which is more than I ever
Bortz the horse has any of his offspring. Have they ever won a race?
I have no idea.
Well, you need to investigate that. That's important to know.
No, it's just not important to me.
What a filthy joke, but I love it.
Yeah.
and I love that Kimmer must have had a question mark over his head for a bit.
I had the same one there. I was like, hang on.
I went, oh yeah, like this.
I saw the wheels turning in Los's head.
I hope that most of the people at home did not catch all of that.
Well, if they didn't, they can catch it on the Extra 106.3 app. You've got to go listen to it again.
Oh goodness! So okay,
funny.
well, anyway, and the latest from what's that shaved head idiot that was on MSNBC?
Oh, Joy Reid.
Oh, Joy Reid. She's.
Yeah.
Is she gainfully employed now?
Oh, I don't believe so.
I think she's only just showing up on different podcasts, but definitely not a program of her own, from what I understand.
I'm going to have to subscribe to whatever the hell it is Megyn Kelly is doing.
Yes, she's easy on the eyes, that Megyn Kelly. A friend of ours just joined her podcast network. Phil Holloway.
I can tell you the last time I appeared on her TV show.
Did you say something ugly?
Well, I guess.
Are you banned now?
Well, I mean, there is no TV show there anymore, but are you familiar with John Daly and his loudmouth clothes?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, I have a loudmouth sports coat.
Okay, nice.
Okay.
So I'm on Megyn Kelly's show one time, and I'm wearing that sports coat. Why? I don't know. But at the end of the interview, she said, "What's with the coat?" I said, "I lost a bet." She said, "What was the bet?" And I said, "I could have sworn that Hannity's hair was a wig." And so that's the last.
And that was the end of that.
For me. That's all you had. That's it. I mean,
that was my last appearance on Fox, and now I'm just too damn ugly to go on Fox.
Well, look, they're missing out. Really, they are.
I make this. What's this? This Borders are Dolman, whatever it is. what's his name? Loman?
Tom Homan.
Tom Homan.
Homan. I make him look like,
child's play.
Yeah.
That's right.
Make him look like a soy boy. So
you got to get back on Megan's show.
No.
I think it's important for you.
I'm so glad to be over that. I don't even have a makeup kit anymore.
Well, let's see. I guess
that was always the embarrassing thing for me when I would do a little more TV. The fact that I have to walk into a Mac store and say, "Hey, I need this," and here's the reason why.
Well, if you tell them it's because I'm going to be on TV, that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, because you're a TV star. Yeah,
yes,
right.
I am.
That, and like you misspoke earlier saying that $1 gets me a cup of coffee. You know, it's that and $2.50 gets you a cup of coffee.
Yeah, or 10 if you go to Starbucks.
Yeah, or if you're happy to be having maybe the best business breakfast in Atlanta would be to go to that morning cafe at the St. Regis.
Okay.
It's if you're going to have a serious business conversation, that's the place to go, except for one thing.
And that is?
Cup of coffee is $8.
I see. Oh. Yeah, I bet it's more than that now. Have you had one lately, I guess?
Well, yeah, that was 2 weeks ago. It was $8.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's better than I expected because Starbucks is 10 easy every time. My wife likes the old Starbucks thing. I don't get it. But,
my wife and daughters.
Yeah.
I've never liked a latte, maybe, but Starbucks coffee, no. It's always been way too strong for me.
Yeah. Well, I've never had me and Los, we're both
I'm not a coffee drinker.
Neither of us had a cup of coffee in our life.
I don't get it.
I'm afraid I've got to have my morning caffeine.
Oh, now I agree with you there. I'll do an energy drink on you.
That's worse for you than coffee.
No, it's not. It's perfect.
No, it's absolutely.
How else am I going to get B12?
That's right. Yeah. Although I did read an article about coffee, just because my wife loves it so much, that said it actually regulates your stomach bacteria and
your gut
health. Coffee's really, really good for your gut health.
Yeah, I have really cool stomach bacteria.
You need to. They're important. Keeps you healthy.
At Texas A&M, we had a cow.
Oh, here we go.
At the veterinary school, no, it had a big lid on its side where you could unscrew that lid and reach your hand into its stomach.
Are you making that up?
No, I'm not making it up.
Why would you need to have...
Well, I don't know. I don't know what they were studying at that veterinary school, but I do know...
A cow with a door on its belly? That's weird, man.
I do know they could reach into that cow's stomach and pull out whatever they needed to look at.
Here's some...
Aggie does some strange things out there.
No kidding.
Especially the goats.
I don't want to know what they did with the goats.
I was waiting for that one. I was waiting.
Just keep that one to yourself, Neil.
I'm going to go tell some horse
jokes.
Well,
this has really been a meaningful appearance on the show.
It's been wonderful.
Well, we got a lot of laughs. If nothing else, we didn't talk about, Putin or...
Can't wait to talk about horse races.
The next time you hear from me, I will have had a coronary ablation procedure.
Oh, no.
That sounds serious.
Yeah.
I don't think it's serious.
No, it's not. I'm going to look that up.
The only scary thing is you go into this not knowing if it's going to work.
Blaze. I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah.
So, wish me luck. That'll be Wednesday.
All right,
it'll get them cleaned up. That's all.
That's all right.
Quick cleanup.
They're going to put a door in my stomach.
Like they did the cow at A&M. Okay, all right. Well, that makes me feel better because if the cow survived, I know you will too. That's all that matters.
Curvy cow.
All right. Neil Lords.
Hey, fat chicks, you're fat. You're not curvy. God bless America.
The one and only Neil Lords. Rocking the boat every time he comes on, which is what makes it fun.
Horse jokes.
and cows with doors in their stomach. I'd never seen anything like it, never heard anything like it. When we come back on Extra, Joe Biden got more Americans killed by his haphazard immigration policy, and it's happened again. Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, August 19th. The Atlanta Braves, their 5-game winning streak is over after a 13-9 loss last night at Truist Park to the Chicago White Sox. Game 2 of the series goes down tonight. It'll be Bryce Elder on the mound against Shane Smith. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons continue to churn their roster as the team has released veteran receiver who is considering retirement due to a lingering hip injury. The team also added pass rusher Ronnie Perkins to the roster. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
If you need help, I know who to call. Like yesterday, it was a pretty toasty day, and it probably reminded you if your HVAC was just pushed to the brink. You didn't know if it's going to make it another day or is limping along. I know who can help. Chuck and his team at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. They will do you a solid. They'll come out to your house and repair whatever it is that you need fixed. If it is a carrier system, they're Atlanta carrier experts. No problem. If it's a different brand, that's fine too. They do it all. 78 years they've been serving Metro Atlanta. So when you've been at something 78 years, you've probably done a good job or you wouldn't be in business that long. The other thing is that you have the experience, you have the knowledge that you've built up over 78 years. You know how to get things done in a quick and painless fashion. So if you need the repair, good. If you want a maintenance agreement, which me and Front Office Los have, where they come out, Chuck and his team comes out to your house a couple times a year and just does maintenance on your HVAC. So it runs to peak efficiency and lasts as long as that system can possibly last. It is a great day to call Central Heating and Air Conditioning. I don't know what's the temperature supposed to be like today. Not quite as hot as it was yesterday, the upper 80s, I guess. But a good day to make sure that everything's working the way it should and your house is just as comfortable as you want it to be. Now, if you and your wife, you and your husband fight over that temperature, I know, happens in my house too, they can't fix that. That's the only thing Central Heating and Air Conditioning when it comes to HVAC can't fix is that your disagreement on the temperature inside the house. But maintenance, replacement, repair, Central Heating and Air. Call them 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
The future of business in Georgia is bright, and Georgia Power is a driving force behind the businesses and organizations that are vital to the growth of the state. Just ask Brandon Hutchison, Executive Vice President and General Manager of Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Make no mistake about it, we're big customers of Georgia Power. It really is a true partnership. We've ran NASCAR's highest level of racing. In the early days of Atlanta Motor Speedway, Atlanta International Raceway, as it were, they raced twice a year, and that was about it. And then we started figuring out that this is an 850-acre campus that can do so much more. And it's not just the larger events that impact the region. It's the local events that really impact our community. It's a big responsibility for us to be such a big player in our community. And there's no doubt that Georgia Power has fan experience front of mind all the time.
To learn more about how Georgia Power is helping businesses big and small, visit georgiapower.com and tune in all year to discover how they're powering the future of Georgia.
My name is Patrick, and I'm the Military Outreach Manager at the Warrior Alliance. I served in the U.S. Army as an airborne ranger and deployed to several combat zones in support of the global war on terror. Veterans bring excellence through our work ethic, skills, and civic duty. However, transitioning to civilian life can be difficult, as we all share a loss of purpose when leaving the military. Returning veterans have earned and deserve our support so they can thrive on their journey home. The Warrior Alliance understands the challenge and is helping warriors navigate to success after service. Join us in changing thousands of lives for the better. Donate today at thewarrioralliance.org.
When I first started using a CPAP, getting supplies and equipment was a horrible hassle. It pretty much stayed that way until I discovered CPAPs, etc.com. Same-day shipping on anything you might need, including travel CPAPs, hoses, masks, you name it. Same-day shipping. CPAPsETC.com or visit their store in Alpharetta. So easy, and you could be preserving your health and saving your life.
Thinking about going electric? Now's the time to make your move. At Jim Ellis Ford Sandy Springs, limited time incentives on select Ford EVs are available now, but only through September 30th, 2025.
That means if you've had your eye on an electric vehicle, this could be your last chance to save thousands of dollars. Whether it's the all-electric F-150 Lightning, the head-turning Mustang Mach-E, or something in between, now's the time to plug in and move forward.
Jim Ellis Ford Sandy Springs makes the switch easy with expert guidance, flexible financing, and a friendly team ready to help you every step of the way.
Don't wait. Visit them just 4 miles north of 285 on Roswell Road or head to JimEllisFord.com to learn more. But hurry, these savings disappear after September 30th.
Jim Ellis Ford Sandy Springs, where you can always expect the best.
the Morning Extra on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 FM.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Joe Biden's policies continue to kill Americans, even though he's not in office anymore. And we've seen it a couple times now, but the one that's getting the most attention, Los, is the big accident down in Florida, where a tractor trailer decides to try a U-turn in an interstate of all places.
So this particular incident, I think, is encapsulating so much of what has gone on in this country since Joe Biden threw open the borders. And then to see what's gone on in different states as far as licensing. This was a licensed driver who is also an illegal, who obtained his license in the state of California to drive a truck and to do a maneuver that no one else with experience would do. And you got a family of 3 killed doing it. And to see, and this is where I say it encapsulates the moment. Like, I thought this was like a decent sized story when I saw it over the weekend, but I didn't even put it in my show notes because I thought, okay, it's another incident. This thing has caught fire.
Yeah, it has.
To the point where Gavin Newsom was trying to run from it, trying to make sure that, no, he got that license in Florida. No, he got it in your state. And to see the look on the truck driver's face of just general, doesn't know English, can't speak the language apparently, and had zero concern as they're pulling bodies out. As much as we want to look and say, here are these awful incidents of women being raped or murdered by illegals, we don't see that. We saw this. We saw this family die.
The carnage. Yeah.
And to see the look that a general uncaring, that encapsulates how big and how bad this story is for when it comes to these people that are advocating for illegals here.
And we've talked about this a bunch of times. They will tell you, the Democrats will tell you, these sanctuary city policies and those laws are all about compassion. But when you boil it down, compassion for who? Because it certainly is not compassionate for the family that is now picking up the pieces and having to start over because someone came here, wasn't qualified to be doing what they were doing, and their family died because of it. That's not compassion. They'll call it that, but it's not.
And you had Gavin Newsom's office that tried to lay this at the feet of Donald Trump by saying, well, that work permit was that was under you. It's like, no, it was denied under the Trump administration. It went through under the Biden administration. This is on Joe Biden and Gavin Newsom. This is all they're doing. And to see the look of the carnage and the guy just like, whoops, guess it killed 3 people. Whoops. And
just throws up his hands.
Just doesn't even throw up his hands. It just seems like it's more like, oh, this is annoying.
Just nothing. Just no feeling.
But it's a lack of, and this is where I say it encapsulates all of it. It's a lack of respect for our laws and our country and the way we live our lives. That all life is precious.
Well, which we started the show with this morning.
And that guy is just, whoops.
Yeah. It's a little tough to stomach killing someone and then just saying oops.
Oops.
But that's the mentality. Back to, if you don't have morals, if you don't have any sort of grounding in something bigger than yourself, then it's easy to just be like, well, that's just part of the game, man. Because life is not valued on the left. I mean, you can tell that by how many abortions they brag about having. Life means nothing to them, and here's another example of it. That's the compassion, though, they sell, Los. That's the compassion.
Been here illegally since 2018, work permit under Gavin Newsom and Joe Biden, and it was so visual, that's why they're trying to run from it. You notice, not talking about it in the media.
No, of course.
Can't get it out there.
No, never. And now you're starting to see the Trump administration say we're going to put ICE officials at truck stops now, at wait stations and the like. When we come back, one Democrat from Tennessee sees the good that Trump is doing. Too bad his colleagues don't see it too. Next on Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Here's an interesting story from overseas. I can go two ways on this. Germany, France, Switzerland, Austria, they all issue speeding fines based upon the wealth of the individual who has been ticketed. Same for drunk driving. One man worth millions recently paid a $12,000 fine for going 48 miles an hour in a 31-mile-an-hour district. It gets worse. A multi-millionaire driving a Ferrari paid $290,000 for his speeding ticket. Now, actually, I think there is some merit to basing fines on the wealth of the person, especially as they do in Switzerland. If you levy an $80,000 fine in one case, if the miscreant is found speeding again within the next 3 years, the penalties ought to hurt. You don't just brush it off because you have hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, let's deal with this speeding thing. If you listen to me for any length of time, you know how I feel about that. Most speeding tickets, especially on expressways, are simply revenue-raising exercises. These are not traffic enforcement officers. They're tax collectors. I have driven hundreds of thousands of miles, almost 100,000 miles in the Bortz bus. Not once, ever, on any expressway have I ever had to do anything to avoid a speeding driver. Slow drivers? Yes. People who change lanes without signaling? Yes. People who don't know how to merge on an expressway? Yes. Speeding? No. They're by me and they're on their way. So back to the fines, according to Wealth, all for it. For drunk driving, tailgating, failure to use a turn signal, the rest of it. Speeding, not so sure. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
We're about to hear from President Trump. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. He's going to go on Fox and Friends the morning after big White House meetings trying to end Russia's war in Ukraine.
I believe you have 2 willing parties, and usually that's good news, but 2 willing parties that want to make a deal.
The president met with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and European leaders days after the summit with Russian leader Vladimir Putin in Alaska. He also posted on Truth Social.
I called President Putin and began the arrangements for a meeting at a location to be determined between President Putin and President Zelensky. After that meeting takes place, we will have a trilat, which would be the 2 presidents plus myself. So we're told this potential meeting could take place in the next 1 to 2 weeks.
That's Fox's Alexandria Hoff at the White House.
European leaders who were here yesterday, they also agreed to offer troops to station in Ukraine similar to NATO peacekeepers if Russia and Ukraine agree to end the war, which the Trump administration has long felt will require a degree of fair land swaps.
We're still waiting for Israel's response to reports Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire proposed by mediators. Meanwhile, more aid on its way to Gaza. 1,200 tons of food and supplies on a ship from Cyprus.
The situation in Gaza is beyond dire, warns the Cypriot foreign minister. Humanitarian groups say the Palestinian territory is sliding into famine. The Israeli government dismisses these claims as lies promoted by Hamas. But the UN says starvation and malnutrition levels in Gaza are at their highest since the war began.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Air Canada is getting ready to fly again tonight. The strike that grounded flights is over.
The tentative agreement between Air Canada and the union
representing its flight attendants, coming on day 4 of the strike, which upended travel for an estimated 500,000 passengers. And after flight attendants defied 2 return-to-work orders from an industrial relations board, which ruled the strike unlawful.
Fox's Lillian Wu. Partial win for the Trump administration. A federal judge has dismissed a portion of a lawsuit against the illegal immigration detention center in Florida Alligator Alcatraz. America's listening to Fox News.
Summer is all about making memories, right? Backyard barbecues, road trips, maybe finally getting around to that hiking trail you've been eyeballing. But if you're living with pain, those future memories can be stolen from you. So here's a thought. Call 1-800-4RELIEF and try Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement designed to help your body fight pain. It's a doctor-developed formula made from natural ingredients. Best part? Relief Factor doesn't mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it for good. Whether it's kayaking, running around with the little ones, or just chilling in a hammock, Relief Factor can help you feel better, move better, and do more of the things you love all summer long. So if you're ready to reclaim your summer, head over to ReliefFactor.com or give them a call at 1-800-4RELIEF. Do it now and get their 3-week quick start for just $19.95. That's 1-800-4RELIEF.
What do you say to anyone who still doesn't understand America First? Tell the left now at 404-741-1230 on the Morning Extra.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
That's on me.
That's all right.
I was reading an article and I went, oh, I forgot Tug wanted me to open up the hour by bringing it out. I'm just staring at this truck damage and all these other crazy truck stories.
That is nuts, dude. It looks like it drove off a bridge.
Yeah, there's a lot of these crazy stories out there. And so as I'm staring at it, like a moth to a flame, completely forgot.
Yeah, that's all right, man.
It's Morning Extra.
That's what the team does, man. We pick one another up, lock arms. That's what you got to do.
You had told me 45 seconds before. I was like, you got it.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, more trucks.
Truck damage.
Truck damage.
Bang, hurt. Yeah, well, that does get us to the point because we finished the last segment talking about that one truck that decided to make the crazy U-turn on the freaking interstate of all places.
It's created a wild fervor in terms of people discussing now. We're pushing our society to this point where I thought it was going to be more difficult than it's going to be to get illegals out of this country. I thought, man, this is going to be really difficult. They're going to pull at your heartstrings. The American people, the more this stuff happens, the more they're hardened to it. The more that they're resolute in, like I've said, yeah, you got to get out of the criminals. You got to get the crazy people out. You got to get the murderers, the rapists. You got to get all of them. And then I've said, and then we'll see what happens from there. The American people are much further right on this than I am in terms of, no, everybody's got to go. And I've been like, okay, if you'll get there before I will, because I've been there, I've said it.
And the polling backs it up, and it's not even really close.
No, it's not.
It's really
it's
pronounced.
A large majority.
That's exactly right.
We live in a near 80% range of people that if you have committed a crime in another country or in this country, you're gone. You're either in a prison or you're gone. The wild part is that we're nearly 60% that just say everybody. Get them all out. And that number I was very surprised. But the more these stories, the more it hardens the American people to get them out.
Because it doesn't have to happen.
No.
If it's not here, it doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. Now, are there always going to be accidents on the road? Sure. But why the added danger of someone that doesn't understand even the job that they're doing? They're licensed illegally. It'd be like inviting somebody a plumber in your house that can't do plumbing, and then he cracks open the toilet and water goes everywhere. Why you wouldn't hire that?
We had a story over the weekend of an airline pilot who was arrested because he was intoxicated.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want a drunk man flying the plane, and if he tried to do so or did, they should arrest him. I have zero problems with this. The same goes, and now this is drawing attention, and the Trump administration has been on this, and we'll get a chance to hear from one of our callers here. The amount of truck drivers we have on the roads, let's face it, those are driving trains.
Dude.
They do huge damage if they are not handled correctly.
But they're so important, too, because that's what moves America.
That moves America.
We have to have it.
The amount of people that are operating that don't speak English, don't know how to read English, don't know the rules of the road. It's wild.
It's very, very frightening. Robbie is a truck driver listening to the Morning Xtra. Robbie, welcome to the show, man. What's on your mind?
Yeah, man, I didn't realize how they were getting their license because, I mean, it's a hard deal nowadays to get CDLs. I've had them all my life since I turned 18, but I drove the band up to Indiana over the weekend, and it's just amazing how, because when 2 o'clock in the morning, there's not many places to stop and get a tank of fuel, and we burn diesel in our Mercedes Sprinter van that we pull our trailer with all the sound equipment. And when you went to the bathroom, it was these foreigners, and none of them speaking English, and they had their shirts off, taking a shower basically at the sinks. You can't wash your hands. The truck stops stink. And I got a mechanic friend that works on trucks, and he says they'll come in every now and then, and they'll have a hole cut in the sleeper, and it'll be like 4 or 5 guys riding it, and they'll use the bathroom in the sleeper, going down the road through the hole. It goes all over the back of the truck, down the interstate, down the trailer. He said, I won't work on them. But, I mean, I wondered how they got licenses. And now I know, I was like, how's these suckers? And if you watch a truck on the interstate and that thing's wobbling, 9 times out of 10 you pull up beside it, and it's one of, you can tell they're a foreigner. You know, sometimes they got their rags on, sometimes they don't. They'll be looking at their phone, going up the interstate, all over the road. But,
Robbie, I appreciate the call, and I'm with you. I have now found myself turning and looking at cabs more often and kind of curious because under the Biden administration, now we talk about replacement theory. That is not a white issue. That is an issue in which you had people that were brought in order to supplant the Hispanic and black voters who had left the Democrat Party, who stopped voting for them or left their communities entirely. And so what you now have is this influx of as many as 10, 15 million people that came in under the Biden administration, and they just doled out licenses to them. Said, here you go, have at it.
The other part of that, the whole replacement theory thing, is that if they called it something that targeted white people or they said white people, that was the way to demonize it so no one would talk about it.
Right.
And it had nothing to, sure, it was about white people, but it was also about blacks and Hispanics, as you're saying. But how do we demonize it? How do we get that to be a taboo topic, something you can't talk about? Say it's white replacement theory.
It's like
just that one word.
It's like the pushing of Project 2025.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Well, it's Project 2025. You know what the fun part is? You actually go through what the Heritage Foundation was hoping to have happen. And as I instructed one of our crazy listeners, listen, we didn't ban porn, so your lonely self is going to be okay. That was one of the things that the Heritage Foundation was pushing as far as Project 2025. So you're good. You're going to be all right. But a lot of it was just these sorts of common sense approaches to what's been going on in this country. But it was demonized as like, oh, it was some crazy Nazi wish list. What, to hope that the people that are here legally are here legally?
That seems so crazy to me.
The people that have looking to do jobs in this country, they're actually qualified to do?
We need to go back and print out Project 2025 and see
how many
exactly.
Okay, you've given me a project for tomorrow.
Yeah, right. Because it seems unlikely that any of them have been implemented, or if they have, it seems probably very few. Because again, Donald Trump's not super conservative. That's the crazy thing that I think gets looked over all the time. He's not a conservative. I think he's a moderate. He's a centrist. He may be center right, but he's not. I wouldn't call him a conservative, as far as politically goes. But it'll be interesting. There's so looking forward to connecting on that tomorrow. The old Project 2025 list. There was a Democrat, Los, though, that gave Donald Trump credit, and he's a guy that I like him.
The 5 is better when he's there.
Without a doubt. Talking about Harold Ford Jr. from Tennessee.
Because Harold Ford does bring up moments where he thinks that his party has gotten it right and wrong. And he also brings up moments where he thinks Trump has gotten it right and wrong. I think there's a balance there. I think that when you get the Tarlovs of the world on there, it's an eye roll. You know what it is? It's an opportunity for 4 other people to beat up on one person who is not equipped to handle that fight.
And she's bringing in the leftiest of ideas.
I know. The strange part is where she gets her information. Or, Donald Trump is tanking with Republicans. I'm like, what are you talking about? His poll numbers are in the garbage. I'm like, where are you getting this from?
Has to be MSNBC.
Because it's whether it's Rasmussen or CNN or anybody else, they're like, listen, he's good. Like, he's as popular. He's
Harry
more popular now than Obama was at his height.
That's right. Harry Enton brings it up all the time. He lays it out. I think they have that dude on twice a day, it seems.
I think that if there's such a thing as, replacement theory, there's like wishful thinking theory.
Yeah.
It's like, if we just
if
I say it enough, it'll speak it into reality.
Yeah.
Here, though, is Harold Ford Jr., and here's the props that he handed out to Donald Trump.
I'm not saying you're saying this. My only point is I give President Trump tremendous credit for where we are. And if he is able, again, to engineer this deal, we've been saying for weeks on this show, I would be the first. I would hope you would invite me down to the White House when the president is awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, because he would absolutely deserve it.
Wow. And it's funny because Hillary said that on Friday knowing that there was going to be land swaps. Now, I think she's doing it for a very, very different reason. She's trying to see why, she was saying very complimentary things, and we played some of that yesterday. But she brought up the Nobel Peace Prize for Trump, too, except she had the caveat. If Ukraine doesn't have to give up land, what are you talking about? They've
already lost land.
They've already lost land. It's not like Russia's going to give it back. And Crimea is... I don't understand why Crimea is even part of the conversation, yet it keeps popping up. Crimea's been there since 2012, since Obama let them invade and take it.
Yeah.
Why is that even part of the conversation? So Hillary Clinton, when she brings all that up, is silly nonsense. Harold Ford Jr. actually a little bit reflective.
Yeah. In fact, I think it's very deliberate. He's just flat out telling you the guy deserves his props if this all gets finished.
And dude, if it continues the way that it's going right now, how can it not? He went from Friday with the mainstream media just tearing him down. Nothing accomplished.
I can't believe you even met with Putin.
You met with a dictator.
You let him in the car?
Yeah, that's right.
Susan Rice actually was going after Donald. Speaking of somebody else who doesn't have immunity, she was actually going after Donald Trump because Putin and him rode in the beast.
Oh, my goodness. Slow down. How was he supposed to get where they were going? What? It's just stupid. Like, it's not even a good argument.
Had Putin get in the sidecar with him and he drives the motorcycle?
Yeah, like a clown show.
How comedic did you want this to be?
No, well, they would have loved anything they could to tear Trump down.
I guess there's this desire, at least for me. There's many times where what Joe Biden was doing was, for me, it was water on a duck's back. I just was like, all right, I see what we're doing here. Okay. Yeah. But it didn't ruffle my feathers. It didn't get me upset. I was just like, okay, that's just where we're at. This is the craziness of what we're dealing with. Everything Trump does makes these people nuts.
Well, that's the difference, though.
Or doesn't do.
You recognized that you didn't like what he was doing, but you realized there's nothing you do about it. So you're not going to let it spin you out of control. They see something. Whatever Trump does, it doesn't matter if he's just opening the door and waving or going to McDonald's or brokering a peace deal. They hate each step equally.
And to think, and this is the difference in Donald Trump's America versus what we were dealing with. In Donald Trump's America, Alina Habba has a place in this, okay? Yes, and as you start moving your head around, you're like, oh, okay.
Trip to Waffle House.
All right.
Sit down and talk to her.
There you go. Trip to Waffle House. Let's discuss some law.
Yep.
All right. You don't have anybody who's bald with a mustache wearing lipstick and stealing dresses.
No.
I don't have a Rachel Levine who's pretending to be a military official while also pretending to be a woman. Like, we don't do this in Donald Trump's America. And we're a better place for it.
And most Americans
don't do this stuff either.
99.9% of Americans and don't welcome it. They're like, come on, I'm not saying you be mean to anybody. I'm not saying you go after anybody. But at the same time, we don't have to wreck it. We don't have to play the game.
Have you noticed that in Trump's America, I no longer identify as a black lesbian?
Oh, my gosh.
How long did I do that for? For 3 years?
3.5 years, 4 years?
For the better part of the entirety of the Biden administration, so I could stay off the radar and be looked at and celebrated because I identify as a black lesbian.
Right. Look at you.
But in Trump's America, I don't have to do this. You know why? Because it's just about how good am I at what I do.
It's progress.
Yeah.
It's actual progress.
So to hear getting this sort of credit on the 5, I'm like, good. This is what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be, did you get it done or did you not?
That's exactly right. And Donald Trump continues to get it done. That's why I'm saying it has got to be really, really hard to be on, what's it called now? PMS Now.
MS Now.
MS Now. What the flag makes it look like. You brought it up, man. You got it in my head.
It does look like a PMS Now.
But it's not that until the end of the year. We're going to stay with our tarnished brand, MSNBC, till the end of the year.
Could you imagine being in that marketing meeting and they pull out and like, okay, so here's what we're doing. Here's the logo we're going to. And it's got kind of a flag to it. And you go, hey, man, that looks like a P. In fact, that looks like PMS Now.
Flag. You can't be that guy. Dude, you think they take any sort of feedback at MSNBC? No. They're like, you will take this and run with it. You will say how great it is. Don't you dare question our new logo and our entrepreneurial spirit, or whatever Joe Scarborough said it was going to have.
I mean, Rush Limbaugh used to call it PMSNBC. And it's not far off. It actually looks like PMS Now.
Like Trump, he was like, Russ was right. Maybe we should use that. They've been right about everything else.
He coined us this for about 30 years. Let's go with it. Let's lean into this.
I don't know.
I mean, do you remember when MSNBC first went on the air?
Mm-hmm.
It was actually intriguing. It was a 24-hour news network that gave you a lot more in the tech-oriented field and a lot on markets.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a mix of like a CNBC meets tech. And then it just drifted into a completely different direction.
Yeah, into leftist dribble. And it failed so miserably that they're now rebranding. But they're going to stick with the terrible branding that they have admitted has been a failure for another 6 months at least, which makes no sense whatsoever. That's the thing that blows me away, Los.
July 15th, 1996.
Cool.
That's when it first, and I was part of it. We would throw it on because, again, as we're getting into now the boom of the internet, this was the one place that actually was talking about this and talking about it intelligently about what was going on in different markets, telling you what's next coming out of California and Silicon Valley. And then it changed.
Wasn't it Microsoft?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the whole deal. Yeah. I was, so July 96, I was in the Navy.
10 p.m., they had a show called The Site, focused on impact of technology.
Okay, which is fantastic. I wish I would watch something like that now, with the way AI is unfolding in front of our eyes, but they can't focus on that because their TDS won't allow it.
You know who was part of their first group of correspondents of people that were contributors? Ann Coulter and Laura Ingraham.
Wow. I had no idea. I would have never, ever, ever in a million years guessed that.
That's how far it's changed.
Gosh.
That Laura Ingraham and Ann Coulter were part of a news and tech-oriented network that then went full-on crazy leftist communist.
Laura Ingraham now 7 o'clock on Fox News Channel, and Ann Coulter. What is she? To be honest, I don't know what she does anymore. I mean, I know she pops up on shows, but I don't know what.
I think she's from a bygone era.
Yeah, I think people probably moved on.
Everyone's like, okay, Ann, you were. She's part of the anti-Trumper that then turned into like, listen, the party left you.
Yeah, that's right.
We went a different direction.
I don't know what to make of her because there was those times that she would say something, be like, yeah, man, I'm down with that. That makes sense. And then the next minute she'd be,
She professionally made the left nuts for years and years and years.
I know.
And her books, and she contributed. It's just that when she went off the deep end, and very similar to a lot of when we talked about those Lincoln Project Republicans, they almost felt like it was their party, and Trump took it away from them and went a different direction. They were like, they were mad.
Yeah. Like, my toy. I want it back. Give me back my toy.
I'm supposed to be the thought leader. It's me. I'm the thought leader.
Yeah, that's right.
Told you, New Right doesn't have time for that stuff.
Nobody paying much mind to that. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Biden's words and weaknesses gave Putin the green light to invade Ukraine. I'll play you a piece of Biden audio, and you're going to go, oh, gosh, you're exactly right. Next on Extra.
Extra 106.3 is Atlanta's home for NASCAR, and we have live races every weekend from across the country. Check out Extra1063.com for the full schedule and join us this weekend for live NASCAR action.
The right partner makes all the difference. For more than 185 years, we forged personal relationships with our customers and communities, funding economic development and rallying around the causes that are important to our neighbors. With the technology, products, and expertise you'd expect from a big bank and the local decision-making and commitment to community from your neighborhood bank, United Bankshares is your trusted financial partner for life. Learn more at bankwithunited.com. United Bankshares, member FDIC.
Braves country, don't miss out as division rivals the New York Mets come to Truist Park August 22nd through the 24th, presented by your local Ford dealer. On Sunday the 24th, the first 3,000 kids through the gates will receive the Bat Hat cover. It's like a golf driver cover, but specifically made for baseball and softball bats. And after the game, kids can run the bases, presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. It's the perfect Sunday fun day. Get your tickets at Braves.com/promos. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, Cobb's premier lifestyle magazine for over 20 years. We bring the best of our community directly to your mailbox, like the one-stop open-air shopping destination, the Avenue West Cobb.
I'm Danny, marketing manager at the Avenue West Cobb. We provide the community a safe, walkable area with a unique mix of national retailers, local boutiques, and delicious dining options. And in addition to the incredible shopping, it's a community hub with events all year long. Mark your calendar for our most beloved events: trick-or-treating with our tenants, Santa's workshop, and our annual Christmas concert completed by our magical Christmas tree lighting. Follow us on social media at the Ave West Cobb for family-friendly events all year long.
Thanks, Danny. My family and I love the Avenues. And friends, you will too. And remember, our town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
Hey, it's Los. We're here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, I've learned a lot about this car buying process from you. Is that typical of most of the clients you've worked with?
Yeah, I'm finding out it's even more typical. I mean, people are learning more and more, and maybe it's because I overload them with information because I want to be able to sleep at night. I want to make sure you know everything.
Do I have to have a particular make and model in mind when I call you, or is it just open to anything I want?
It's open. I can get any make, any year, any model.
I might be looking to trade in my vehicle. Can you accommodate that as the honest car guy?
For sure. I mean, we love it when people want to trade in cars because honestly, it's best for you to trade in a car. Why? Because you get a tax savings.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the honest car guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
It's August 19th, and this is your Fox Deli Snapshot. Today is Potato Day. Potato chips, hash browns, baked potatoes, home fries, mashed potatoes, and tater tots. Just some of the ways to enjoy this vegetable that was first grown by the people in South America thousands of years ago. Also on this day in 2020, Apple becomes the first U.S. company to be valued at $2 trillion just 2 years after it reached $1 trillion valuation. The first ever joint military exercise between Russia and China called Peace Mission begins in 2005. Great Britain defeats France by 158 in the only cricket match ever held at the Summer Olympics in 1900. Born on this day in 1946, the 42nd President of the United States, Bill Clinton. Friends actor Matthew Perry, born in 1969.
Say, Ross, when you picture Phoebe living on the street, is she surrounded by the entire cast of Annie?
I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Tuesday, August 19th. DeKalb County will host a public memorial service honoring Officer David Rose on Friday at First Baptist Church in Atlanta. Rose was the officer killed during a shooting outside the CDC headquarters on August 8th. He leaves behind a wife and 2 children with a third on the way. A GoFundMe has been set up to support his family. Cobb County fire investigators are looking at arson as a possible cause of a fire at the residence at Riverside Apartments. Cobb Fire Chief Justin Green said firefighters were able to extinguish the flames quickly, but a woman and her daughter were endangered and had to escape by window. 3 units were damaged, but there were no injuries. Cobb Tax Commissioner Carla Jackson announced property tax bills for Cobb County have been issued. Tax payments are due by October 15th. Over 270,000 bills representing over $1.3 billion were sent out. You can view your bill and make a payment online at cobbtaxpayments.org. And some big changes are coming to Kennesaw Mountain starting October 15th. No car traffic will be allowed on the mountain road, leaving it exclusively open to hikers and cyclists. The Kennesaw Mountain Shuttle will still transport visitors on the mountain road. Today's weather, scattered thunderstorms with temperatures in the mid-80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
May I bring up a small point made?
Yeah.
And you were on the post as well. This is from our friend Stephanie. She pointed out how I love Harold Ford Jr. He's a true old school Southern Democrat. He was a good senator for Tennessee. It would have been interesting to see how different the party would have been if he stayed in public service. He was truly there for service. That, I believe, is one of the giant issues that's going on within the Democrat Party. That if you want to get any acknowledgement or rise within the party, you have to be primarily activists, a little bit of service.
No, that's right. I mean minuscule when you say a little bit, the tiniest bit.
Like if you ever tour, if you ever see any of the things that goes on with Jasmine Crockett's area of Texas, it's a dump.
Yeah.
It's a total dump. So South Dallas is a dump. And yet nothing has gotten improved there. But she gets to run around, and as her staff has pointed out, she's more interested in what are the posts and being an activist than actually being of service to her community.
I remember Los probably 20, getting probably close to 25 years now. But no, definitely 25 years now. And my first little radio station, I was Working Country. And
is that the name of the station? Working Country.
Yeah, it should have been. Yeah, that would have been a perfect name for it. No, it was True Country is what it was. And they played, but obviously all
everybody does True Country. Okay. It's got to be Working Country.
Yeah, that would be genius. You're exactly right. That would be the greatest name.
Giving away ideas.
Yeah, we're free if anybody wants to pick them up and run with them. But it played, George Strait, Rascal Flatts at the time, because Flatts was the new act. But I remember having a discussion with someone. We didn't talk politics, but his politics and mine were very different. And you just knew it. You just kind of sense it, pick up on it. And I remember telling him, I was like, dude, I'm so tired of causes. Because causes had been hijacked, right? It was activism. I could see it. I didn't know it. I knew something was happening, but I couldn't tell what it was. I didn't understand it. Fresh out of the Navy, my first radio job. And I remember telling him, I'm so tired of people's causes. I want nothing to do with whatever your cause is. I want nothing to do. And he was flabbergasted. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe that I would even think about saying it. And now looking back, and I haven't thought about this in 25 years, I was onto it, but didn't know what it was that was happening. And it took 25 years now, looking back, that those causes were just activists. They were wrapping something, whatever their cause was, and creating 501c3s, charities, and that would later be NGOs and all those things. I had no idea what it was becoming, but I sensed something was happening, and I was so tired of it. Even then, now looking back, I'm more than tired of it. And I've gotten to where there's a lot of charities I don't trust anymore because their causes have become fronts or they're for political reasons.
Well, Al Gore gave you the roadmap. He turned what was a vice presidency into I lost the presidency, to then turn into a hundreds of multi-millionaire as a primary activist when it came to climate change.
His cause.
He gave you the
We call it
blueprints.
activism now, but that was the cause that was in front of me.
Because there are people that you can elect that are interested in service.
Sure.
They do exist.
Yeah.
But you also quickly figure out who is kind of fugazi when it comes to that stuff.
That's exactly right.
What have you improved your district? But I'm here to criticize who I need to criticize.
I've brought them a bunch of money. I don't know what they did with it, and probably don't even care what they did with it.
Yeah,
it was siphoned off by some NGO. It never got to the people, but I brought it to the community.
I got it there.
It's here. That's the thing. Harold Ford Jr. is maybe one of the last few Democrats that I think. And look, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't agree with Harold on half the things that he talks about, but I have respect for him. Because I do feel like that he is...
From his perspective, I think he's telling it like it is.
Me too.
And I'm like, good.
Yeah.
Cool.
I have no problem with that. I don't mind disagreeing with people.
It's the arena of ideas, and he, even when he's wrong, does not mind getting in the arena of ideas.
Yeah.
There's a big difference there. I am more than willing to have any of these discussions. Part of the reason why my wife hates talking politics with me, she's like, it always ends the same way. I'm like, with me being right.
That's awesome.
You know,
I've been trying to tell you, sweetie.
It's like, listen, you're getting in a boxing ring, and I got 4 arms.
Yeah, right. You're battling an octopus here.
This is what you're dealing with.
No winning.
But no, that's the arena of ideas, is that if you can articulate your idea and discuss it, well, then it's a discussion. And I believe that people like Harold Ford Jr. can articulate an idea. And maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. Like, I still think about, like, Rand Paul. I enjoy the way he goes after Fauci. I'm like, yes.
Yeah, it's fun to watch.
I've also noticed that he is yet to turn and say the tariff policy is working. He's still talking about tariffs or attacks on America. Now, he's still doing that talking, but again, that's based on what he knows and what I know about a tariff system. But that money is not being passed along to the consumer as of now. It hasn't. So at some point, what do you say that in the arena of ideas, you're supposed to say, hey, I was wrong about that?
A lot of people can't.
A lot of people can't.
That's why at night on the news, if you're still lured into watching it, you probably still heard about Donald Trump being wrong and how bad the meeting with Putin went. They talked about it over and over and over again. I don't know what they're talking about today. We got it on MSNBC. I guess we'll find out. Because they couldn't have been more wrong. And how quickly did those talking points go away? How quickly did that narrative go away? The one that they always avoid is when Joe Biden basically invited Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine. You remember when he said this?
So I think what you're going to see is that Russia will be held accountable if it invades. And it depends on what it does. It's one thing if it's a minor incursion and then we end up having a fight about what to do and not do, etc.
A minor incursion? What exactly does that mean? Does that mean rolling one tank across? Or is it 10, 20? What is a minor incursion exactly? Because all that did was say, hey, go ahead and do whatever you want to do because we'll just label it a minor incursion and that way we just keep our hands clean. We don't got to worry about it. That's what Donald Trump is trying to clean up. That mess that kicked open the door for everything that's happened in the last 3.5 years.
I think it's legitimate to say I am torn over this because I do appreciate that we haven't, as far as en masse, put boots on the ground.
Yeah, I don't want to.
You know, we've had advisors and we've had people that are there.
Yeah, we got CIA, spec ops.
We got all that there.
That's definitely there.
But you and I have been very adamant. I don't want boots on the ground.
Ever.
What did that mean? That meant our treasure. And we spent a crazy ton of money there. Now, is that preferable to boots on the ground? 100%. But at the same time, we have stuff going on here where the money could have been used. There's no reason why people in Hawaii should be without homes or in California. Or North Carolina. There's no reason why we should have had, the chess basically raided for illegals. These are discussions where if you make it into an either or, I'm like, sorry, Ukraine.
Yeah.
You figure it out on your own. I got my own stuff I got to deal with
starts
here.
at home.
Yeah. So as much as Joe Biden messed up so much of that, I will say it's preferable to what could have been, but it was still feeding the war machine.
He knew he couldn't say, we're going to put boots on the ground. The disaster that was
Afghanistan made all that out the door.
And the American people don't have an appetite for a long war that we have no business in to begin with. And I love the way Marco Rubio has been very, very straightforward by saying, this is not our war. We're going to lead the mission of peace. We're going to try to foster peace. We're going to bring all the parties to the table. The Biden administration never attempted that. I don't know that it was ever anything that they wanted to do to begin with. Donald Trump's been able to do that. And when he talks about security for Ukraine, and he talks about those NATO agreements, will Ukraine be a member of NATO? Absolutely not.
No.
We know that. We know the Russians wouldn't allow that. They wouldn't even come to the table if that was the deal. But the Article 5 thing that keeps coming up. Well, Article 5, if they invoke that, that means the United States has to be involved. But it never, ever tells you how. It doesn't guarantee that American boots will be on the ground. And I'm glad of that. Article 5 is so vague that you could be like Germany, send 5,000 used helmets. That's what they did.
There you go. That's their contribution.
That's it, right. All you have to do is contribute. Now, do I think the United States will contribute on a bigger scale than that? Yeah, I do. Do I want them to? That's a different conversation. But I never want boots on the ground. I do not want American boots on the ground. Your kids, my kids, your grandkids, my ultimate grandkids down the road. I do not want them dying for a war that's not ours.
This is a result of the global war on terrorism. This was our generation that was at war for 20 years. To the point where whenever anybody asks, like, what did we get out of that? And I've always said this, I say this to all the veterans out there, thank you. Because you basically made yourself a target in a foreign land, and that's why we weren't attacked here. That's what we did. We basically said we're taking the fight to them, and now they're going to fight us in their own backyard rather than showing up in ours. You bought 20 years of people being able to live freely in this country without worrying about a terrorist attack, for the most part. And so, after 20 years, yeah, we're tired of it. The American people are tired of their sending their sons and grandsons and granddaughters off to these foreign places and saying, okay, well, go stabilize it there.
No different than the Ukrainians are tired of it.
Yeah,
we played
tired of it.
We played that audio from Harry Enton from CNN earlier where he said 70%. In the beginning, 3.5 years ago, 70% of Ukrainians said, we're going to see this thing, we're going to fight it to the end. And now it's exactly opposite. 70% are like, let's figure out a negotiated into this because we are killing off an entire generation of Ukrainian men.
And it's wild. And I get it. Now, I'll never understand it from their perspective. But you have a lot of veterans that will then always ask that question. It's like, well, what do we do that for? And understanding that they did it for the people around them, but what did we really accomplish? Because this isn't like World War II. The glorious war where everyone came back home and said, well, we defeated Imperial Japan, we defeated the Nazis. Which was worth it. Totally worth it.
Sure.
At the same time, then your American government says, let's bring over some of the worst Nazis to then start NASA.
What do you think?
I mean, I know y'all were trying to kill them, but now we need them. It's like, that's the kind of thing that makes you come home and go, what?
How in the world?
How did this happen? So you wonder about how people get weary with this stuff. You go, what did we accomplish? Again, the Ukrainian people are going to be saying, Tug, so I'm fighting so that you get the mineral rights, so you get more money?
That doesn't seem like a good deal to me. And I think that's why the Ukrainians
that's why I'm living in a hole and worrying about drones.
Right, that's why they're over it.
Like, have you seen the drone netting that they now have?
Dude.
You have suppliers where they have entire walls of netting so that you can basically repel a drone attack.
It's freaking nuts, man.
It's crazy looking.
Warfare looks so much different in 2025 than it did just 20 years ago.
They showed us what it's going to look like in the future.
Yeah, and this is just the tip of the iceberg.
This is
holy cow.
And this is a lot of it is sticks and stones. They don't have the same technology we do.
That's right. It's amazing to see what has happened. Did you see? Was it yesterday? In China, they had like a robot Olympics or something, and it was these humanoid robots playing soccer.
Yeah, I did see. I saw a little highlight of that. I was like, that ain't far off.
Dude, wait till you strap guns to those things. It's going to be like Terminator 2. What do you call it, the documentary?
The documentary Terminator 2. We got a handful of documentaries. One of them's Terminator 2. The other one we talked about the other day that Jure brought up, Harry and the Hendersons. Yeah. There are documentaries out there that tell you what it's going to be like, what's going to happen.
Dude, I'm telling you. Watching those.
You're busy watching Led Zeppelin. Me and him are watching the real stuff.
Well, let me tell you, I watched Led Zeppelin, so I don't have to focus on that because it scared me to death. Because I saw that, whatever the dog-looking human or the dog-looking robot, the one that we've already seen that have been strapped with like 50 cows. Dude, I don't want to watch that, man. I want to. I'd rather watch Led Zeppelin.
Here's another one that'll blow your mind. I saw over the weekend. They've got ones that are the size of mosquitoes now. China does.
I've heard about this.
They ain't got guns on them, but they can see you.
Because all they're there for is to collect intel, to gather information, find out your vulnerabilities, and then exploit them with the robots that do have guns. Let that sink in for a little while. You'll understand why I'm watching Led Zeppelin documentaries and documentaries about the Monkees. And the musical band, the Monkees.
Need to go squatching.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. Over in Blue Ridge, up at the old Sasquatch Museum. I just don't know about that. All right, when we continue on Extra 106.3, the FBI made a trip up to Rome, Georgia. Odd that the FBI showing up in Rome, but there was a need. And when you hear why, your jaw will hit the table, because mine did too. Next on Extra.
The Morning Extra on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 FM.
Hey, it's Los. Let's talk about Howard Brothers and Echo, because Echo does have their one-day sale that's going to be coming up, okay? So mark this on your calendar. Very important. Wednesday, September 17th. Visit your local Howard Brothers for fantastic deals on Echo power equipment. This means chainsaws. This means blowers, trimmers, a whole lot more. The entire Echo line, one-day sale, Wednesday, September 17th. So whether you're a pro or you're a weekend warrior like myself, get yourself the right equipment to make sure your project is done right. Again, mark your calendar, grab your crew, grab everybody. Bring your wife, bring your girlfriend, bring everybody. It'll be a lot of fun. And head on over to Howard Brothers, their location on September 17th for the one-day Echo sale. One day of big savings you don't want to miss.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, August 19th. The Atlanta Braves, their 5-game winning streak is over after a 13-9 loss last night at Truist Park to the Chicago White Sox. Game 2 of the series goes down tonight. It'll be Bryce Elder on the mound against Shane Smith. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons continue to churn their roster as the team has released veteran receiver DJ Chark, who is considering retirement due to a lingering hip injury. The team also added pass rusher Ronnie Perkins to the roster. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, this is John Flading from ATL Turfco. We're a family-owned and operated independent local company here in the Atlanta area. We've been in business for over 15 years. We install several different types of artificial grass. One is landscape, which looks like real grass for your lawn. The next one is pet turf. Pet turf is a little bit shorter than landscape, and it's more durable. And the other one is putting greens. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
When you buy a Subaru from Subaru of Gwinnett, you're buying more than a vehicle. You're buying safety for your family and something that will last a long, long time. In other words, you're buying trust. For a limited time, you can celebrate amazing offers on the all-new Forester, Crosstrek, or Outback during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, now through September 2nd. And you'll love more than just your new Subaru. You'll love the dedicated staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. With some of the best service specials in the area and a team you know you can trust, you'll ride with peace of mind knowing that Subaru of Gwinnett has your back. During the Subaru A Lot to Love event, you'll find the Subaru model you've always dreamed about at a price that makes that dream come true. But you need to get in by September 2nd to take advantage. We'll make it easy. Just start with the test drive, and before you know it, you'll be in the Subaru you love. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com, then stop by on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth. SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Retirement components look different for everyone because everyone is unique, but there are major components everyone needs in their retirement. So, Coach Pete, what are things that need to be covered with everyone?
The 4 main things we go over: retirement planning. Everyone needs a retirement plan. We're all going to retire eventually. We need to make sure our money's waiting for us when we get there instead of us waiting for our money. And then we need asset allocation and investment guidance. In other words, where is your money? Why is it there? And should it stay there? Or when do we move it around every now and then? Or should we move it? Is it a good time to move it now? Then tax planning. Nothing in writing that says you have to overpay. When you're in retirement, you want taxes in your favor, not against you. And then estate, succession, legacy planning.
For a complete retirement review, comprehensive and customized, call Coach Pete's local trusted advisor, Craig Chandler of Chandler Wealth Management. 800-419-6164. 800-419-6164. Again, 800-419-6164.
Don't let your afternoon drive get bogged down with traffic and weather breaks. Just enjoy the Kimmer Show from 3 to 6 p.m.
They hide behind their keyboard. They hide behind this. They accuse everybody else in social media doing that. But so many of these so-called journalists will only speak their mind or show any balls when they're anonymously behind something. But when they're face-to-face with somebody, they're meek little mice.
Don't worry. It's only the Kimmer on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. I mean, I expect to hear things out of crazy libs in, I don't know, Los Angeles.
I look forward to it.
New York City, Chicago, San Francisco. People screaming about how they're going to kill Trump and how they're going to do this, that, and the other thing. I don't expect it out of Rome, Georgia, but that's exactly where the FBI had to show up because Juwan Rashawn Porter, guy that lives in Floyd County, he decided he was going on a TikTok broadcast and he was going to drop in on these conservative folks and he was going to just troll them like nobody else's business. But the more you listen to it, the more you heard it, you go, wow, is he trolling or not? I want to let you hear him, and I'll let you decide, because when they went to his house, what he found may change your mind.
Donald Trump, I'm going to put a 7.62 bullet inside of his forehead. I'm going to watch him bleed out, and then I'm going to watch him die.
You're gonna do that to Trump.
I'm going to do that. Yes, me.
You're gonna. So can you say it one more time?
I can say it 3 more times for you. You'll know. It'll be on the news.
They will know. They will know.
His rally is coming up pretty soon, and I'm going there. I'm going to put a bullet in his head.
This is being recorded too.
Okay, record it. Keep recording.
When they come to your house tonight, the FBI, and they kick your door in and they arrest you.
And I'm going to kill them too.
Oh, really?
And then kill myself.
Oh, okay. And
as long as I kill,
like that is. Hold on. Do you think saying something like that is normal behavior?
Well, normal behavior will be speaking on something and then doing it.
So you're claiming you're going to put a bullet in the president's head, and then you're going to take your own life. Is that
7.62 exactly?
Why don't you repeat it again one more time?
5.56 in Donald Trump's head. That would be me. I will do that.
And who are you?
My name is JJ.
Are you
in
the
loony bin? He deserves to be in the ground. And certain people on this planet deserve to be in the ground, and he's one of them.
Deserves to be in the ground.
And you wonder why. We've reinstated. We're getting the mental institution route going again.
I'll admit, this thing went on for about 9 minutes. I watched the whole thing in disbelief. Because at first I was like, is he just trolling? And not that it's a good idea, not that it's smart, because the FBI...
Is this your cry for help?
Yeah, so what is it? Why is it that you're doing this? And then, of course, the FBI did show up at his house. U.S. Attorney Office, Northern District of Georgia, felony charge threatening to assassinate Donald Trump, according to U.S. Attorney Theodore Hertzberg. We do not tolerate threats against public officials, law enforcement officers, and now he's going to face consequential actions. So back to my original, is he just trolling? Is he starved for attention? What is it that he's trying to do? And then you find out during that investigation, when they were searching his apartment, Floyd County, not Chicago, not New York, Floyd County, Rome, Georgia. When they were searching his apartment, they found 2 pipes, pistol ammunition, tannerite, an explosive. He was on probation. He has prior convictions for terroristic threats, influencing witnesses.
That's what he likes doing.
Mutiny in a penal institution, drug possession, battery, firearm possession as a felony, and domestic violence. This dude is nuts.
He's bad news nuts.
Certifiable nuts. So when I read all that, I was like, oh, nah, he's not. This dude is not playing. And the FBI knew it, and they show up, and now he's under arrest.
Now, I don't know this. How did we end up ending our whole mental institutions?
Well, I thought it was because
instead it turned into, we'll just send you to prison, and now the prison system deals with you.
It's all crazy.
And you don't get better.
I do believe some of that came from because the mental institutions were probably pretty corrupt, and they were treating people that needed help.
A lot of nurse ratchets.
Really, really poorly. So I think that's probably some of the reasoning behind it. But we should have reformed that and kept them open because they need to be open. People like that don't need to be in jail. They need to be in a crazy house.
Yes.
I mean, there's no other way to say it.
You actually went to a public area that's being recorded.
Knowingly.
Knowingly.
And then he repeats it.
And then makes terroristic threats. And you have a history of terroristic threats.
That's what crazy people do. They act crazy. They do crazy things. But the thing that was shocking to me, Los, more than anything else, that's like 50 miles that way.
Yeah, it's not far.
We feel so insulated where we live and around here because crime is, I mean, the city of Atlanta has, there's crime everywhere, I get it. But we're not in the situation that Washington, D.C.'s in. But it sure does make you want to lock the doors up tight knowing that dude's 50 miles from you. Certainly does me. That makes me want to go to True Prep and add to the arsenal. Add to the arsenal.
I just assume I got a lot of crazy around me all the time.
You have to.
And all I can think of is, well, I'll just act a little crazier.
Yeah, right.
You know?
I don't know that you can act crazier than that dude.
No.
I don't think there's anybody that can act crazier than that dude.
Have you ever been in a situation like that at a bar where it's just there's one nut job just kind of walking around bothering everybody, and the only way to get rid of them, you got to out crazy the crazy?
There was a time we were in, I want to say we were in Indianapolis, or it was either there or Minneapolis, it didn't matter. And there was actually a guy who was following a mom and her daughter. It actually followed them into the bar. Ugh. And it was clearly somebody who was mentally deranged. And that was one of those exposures where my daughter was like, I don't really ever want to live in like a big city. Like it kind of freaked her out. And then when we were in Philadelphia, when we were sidestepping by the fentanyl zombies, like that also kind of drove it home for her. And so yeah, like I've been in a place where we're in there and all this mother and her daughter were doing was like, there's a dude following us. Somebody needs to put a stop to it. It was the manager and some of the other people like, you got to go, dude.
Yeah, I understand why your daughter feels that way. Don't want to live in a big city. Problem is, that's Rome, Georgia.
That's Rome, Georgia.
It's not a big city.
It's crazy. It's crazy. You just have a higher concentration.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
crazy.
There's so many more. And I don't know if you've seen the video out of Philadelphia lately. There's one whole area where it's all the fentanyl people, and they look like the Walking Dead.
Yes.
They look like a zombie. I've never seen anything like it, and it hurts my heart to see people in that sort of squalor.
Oh, they're in a bad way.
Bad way, all that. It breaks my heart to see that. But at the same time, the Democrats, under the guise of compassion, are saying, yeah, man, we're just going to let them do what they want to do. Yeah, that's the compassionate thing to do. No, it's not. No, it's not. Just like letting that dude be in jail instead of getting mental help is not compassionate to him or the people around him, whether he's free or in jail. People around him shouldn't have to deal with that.
No, that guy requires some medication.
And it's crazy if you listen to that, and we're not going to play it again, but if you listen to it, there were several times on there. They're like, you're making this proclamation. They gave him every opportunity to be like, I was just kidding. I just give you a hard time. I hate him, but I ain't gonna. They gave him the chance to do it, and he was crazy enough.
Maybe he'll back off a little bit.
No, he didn't. He poured the gas on the fire. And then he said he's going to kill the FBI and then he's going to kill himself. All that craziness just 50 miles away from right here. Those are the reasons that it worries me about the things that happen in New York and D.C. and Chicago. Because at some point, the crazy leave. There's nothing keeping the crazy there. And it seems where things are safe and normal, they always end up.
We talked about it with the founders. We opened the show talking about this. Society, at least ours under the Constitution, requires a level of morality. It's a bond between all of us. We're going to try and act moral towards one another. That person has broken the code.
Yeah.
They're not interested anymore. So we need to react accordingly. Like, all right, where do we lock this guy up and for how long?
I mean, I've seen TDS up close. My Aunt Peg has TDS. That's next. That's something out of the stratosphere. Yeah. That is something that I never expected to hear.
Like, she just wants to be mad at her television. Yeah. This guy's like, I need to act on this.
Well, she'd like to be mad at me, too, a little bit. I think she'd like to put X-Lax in a cake and give it to me.
Okay.
I think.
That's how she's going to get even with you?
Yeah.
I'll show him.
Yeah, that's right. He's been right all this time.
Cooking like Gargamel.
He's all bubbling up, and there's like smoke coming out.
Her cats are looking at her like, you're going to get him, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. Cat's like, don't feed me any of that. You just give it to him. She's mad because,
Mark that on your scorecard if you had Gargamel come up on the show.
Yeah, that's right. But even Aunt Peg, I don't believe Aunt Peg is that kind of crazy. I don't think. I'm hope. Maybe I'm just being hopeful. Hopeful that she's not that kind of crazy. I show up at her house.
In every family, like for every one of the for every peeps that you have, you are going to have like the equal and opposite reaction.
I don't know why though. I don't like this equation. I know it's true, but I don't like it. It's a real equation for sure.
Like in your family, you do have someone who will steal rims for you.
But I mean, out of the goodness of their heart.
Out of the goodness of his heart, he'll get you some. You say you like those rims, huh? We can get you those rims.
What? You got a doctor bill to pay. Let me go steal these wheels. We'll cash it out and we'll pay your doctor bill. I'm telling you, he's like a redneck Robin Hood.
Redneck Robin
Hood. I love him. I'm telling you.
Cousin Curtis.
I love the guy.
It's like your very own Cousin Eddie.
That's right. And I don't know that everybody has one.
No.
He may be the one thing that not everybody has.
Redneck Robin Hood. I love that.
I'm telling you, man. He will steal from anybody to give to you. Like Robin Hood, steal from the rich, give to the poor. Cousin Curtis, steal from anybody to give to you. It doesn't matter if you need a pack of cigarettes or to pay your medical bills. He'll split the cigarettes with you, though. He'll smoke a pack in a minute. When we come back on Extra 106.3, Trump reiterates, those who are a part of the Russia hoax should be held accountable. I love hearing him say this. Maybe you do too. Next on Extra.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Here's an interesting story from overseas. I can go two ways on this. Germany, France, Switzerland, Austria, they all issue speeding fines based upon the wealth of the individual who has been ticketed. Same for drunk driving. One man worth millions recently paid a $12,000 fine for going 48 miles an hour in a 31-mile-an-hour district. It gets worse. A multi-millionaire driving a Ferrari paid $290,000 for his speeding ticket. Now, actually, I think there is some merit to basing fines on the wealth of the person, especially as they do in Switzerland. If you levy an $80,000 fine in one case, if the miscreant is found speeding again within the next 3 years, the penalties ought to hurt. You don't just brush it off because you have hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, let's deal with this speeding thing. If you listen to me for any length of time, you know how I feel about that. Most speeding tickets, especially on expressways, are simply revenue-raising exercises. These are not traffic enforcement officers. They're tax collectors. I have driven hundreds of thousands of miles, almost 100,000 miles in the Bortz bus. Not once, ever, on any expressway have I ever had to do anything to avoid a speeding driver. Slow drivers? Yes. People who change lanes without signaling? Yes. People who don't know how to merge on an expressway? Yes. Speeding? No. They're by me and they're on their way. So back to the fines, according to Wealth, all for it. For drunk driving, tailgating, failure to use a turn signal, the rest of it. Speeding, not so sure. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
Today, in fact, here's an example. Being an intern here at the Mighty 106.3. And for example, I went into Flounder and I asked him to get
phrasing.
What's that? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Use your words.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
He keeps trying to broker peace talks between the leaders of Russia and Ukraine. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
I wouldn't say they are ever going to be best friends.
President Trump on Fox and Friends the morning after meeting with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky following his summit in Alaska with Russian leader Vladimir Putin.
We're setting up a meeting. I sort of set it up with Putin and Zelensky. And, they're the ones that have to call the shots.
Now, the Wall Street Journal reports Zelensky is said to be considering some proportional land swaps as part of a peace agreement to stop the war in exchange for security guarantees. The president, Zelensky, and European leaders all discussed at the White House yesterday.
There'll be some form of security. It can't be NATO because that's just not something that would ever happen. They couldn't do that.
Now, the president also referenced his Washington, D.C. crime crackdown.
I've made Washington, D.C. just an incredible place. In literally 4 days, I have friends that say they're going out to dinner.
Attorney General Pam Bondi just announced on a post on X another 52 arrests last night as 6 Republican-led states send more National Guard soldiers as city leaders push back, saying violent crime statistics show a big decline this year and last. Air Canada will soon be back in the air, planning to resume flights tonight after the Flight Attendants Union, in a tentative agreement with the airline early this morning, ended a 4-day strike that grounded planes, affecting about 500,000 Air Canada passengers. Hurricane Erin is weakened slightly down to a Category 2, but it's forecast to get bigger. So even though Erin's on track to move away from the U.S., Fox meteorologist Janice Dean says it'll still cause trouble.
Strong rip currents, huge waves. It's going to be, really dangerous to go out in the water along the East Coast over the next few days. Because of this system, we have coastal flood advisories as well.
There is a storm surge watch now for the North Carolina Outer Banks area. There have already been mandatory evacuations there. America's listening to Fox News.
Summer is all about making memories, right? Backyard barbecues, road trips, maybe finally getting around to that hiking trail you've been eyeballing. But if you're living with pain, those future memories can be stolen from you. So here's a thought. Call 1-800-4RELIEF and try Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement designed to help your body fight pain. It's a doctor-developed formula made from natural ingredients. Best part? Relief Factor doesn't mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it for good. Whether it's kayaking, running around with the little ones, or just chilling in a hammock, Relief Factor can help you feel better, move better, and do more of the things you love all summer long. So if you're ready to reclaim your summer, head over to ReliefFactor.com or give them a call at 1-800-4RELIEF. Do it now and get their 3-week quick start for just $19.95. That's 1-800-4RELIEF.
Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Yeah, I got your app. I'm so glad Conservative Talk is back on the air.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Thank you for being here. 404-741-1230. The number's back up. We've hijacked it back from Delta. How about that?
Finally.
We're back in business. None of the mystery numbers.
Because I was really confused yesterday. I was considering on my way to the golf course. I was like, maybe I'll call into the show.
And then you couldn't remember the number?
I couldn't remember the number. I was like, I don't even know what the number to my own radio program is now.
That's right.
Like, oh, how do I do this?
That's right. I wouldn't have known it had they not hung it up. It's like, I can see it from here, 470-552-0020. So it's the same number. They go to the same
741-1230 is easier.
So much easier. So much easier. So glad that works again. And our engineer, Mike, been working diligently trying to get it all squared away and straightened out and did. And
yes, he flew to India and he dealt with that call center.
Had to throw hands, he said. And
he's like, you will give me this number back.
By golly. And they did, which is great. We appreciate all the travel and the hard work and the beat down that he had to lay down.
High level that Mike Aron is working at is truly amazing.
It's right. It's like nothing we've ever seen, especially around here. Because a whole lot of people doing a whole lot of hard work.
I'll tell you, that golf tournament that we had yesterday with our tailgates and touchdowns, really great. Thanks to Atlanta National for hosting that and every program that was part of it. Our sales team, once everything's organized, then it was fun time. And so they got to take the shoes off a little bit, have a good time.
Loosen up the tie.
Y'all deserved it.
Yeah,
so
man.
I'm happy everything went really great. And Scotty Mack and Mike Key throwing that entire thing together, just they do excellent work. So we are second to none in this city as far as a radio company of putting together events.
Dude,
parties, tailgates, everything.
It's amazing to see it all come together. Because I've been down a dozen times, I know you have too, to our tailgates in downtown Atlanta, especially when games are going to be at Mercedes-Benz, whether it's a Georgia, like this year's going to be Georgia Tech. They're going to play in Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Yeah.
Georgia last year went to the big tailgate before the SEC championship. So much fun. When Lo says we're second to none, it is the truth. and people do not believe it.
And if you've been, you know.
Yeah, but you have to go once before you get it. And now people who have been, it's funny how they just email anybody with a 680 email address or a...
Can you get me in?
Yeah. When are y'all doing the next one? Are you... Like, there were people asking about some of the FIFA World Cup stuff. I mean, it's amazing.
People now, with those tailgates...
Almost been trained.
People now make it a point, if they're going to an event, they want to know if we have a tailgate.
Because it is all you can eat, all you can drink. Band playing, huge setup right there near the big, what is it?
I mean, you can see the CNN Center right across. It's diagonal right next to the Ferris wheel.
Yeah, it's right there. And gosh, man, Tabernacle's right there in the distance. You know, if you ever go to concerts there, you know exactly where it is. But right across from Centennial Olympic Park, it is like nothing you've ever seen before. And no one ever believes it. I'm like, it's all you can eat, all you can drink. And they're like, how do you do that? And it's just advertisers, companies that want to be in front of you. They want you sampling their product, hoping that you'll be converted into a customer, and you wouldn't believe how many times that actually happens.
The amount of times where I've seen somebody pull out their wallet and you're told, no, it's... I was like, just bring tip money.
Yeah, that's all you need.
So just bring tip money and you're in good shape. But you're going to have product that, whether it's new to the marketplace or they're trying something a little bit different, like whenever it was one beer company known pretty well, they had a light version of their beer. It was first coming on the market, and they brought a ton of it. And they were just, here,
have it.
Sample this product. See if you like, because they just want to see if it'll work in the marketplace.
I know we did one out at in Athens, but I forget which game we went to last year. Went out there, and Jim Beam was the company, and they were trying a new peach.
Yeah, new peach flavored,
which was really good. And I typically don't like that stuff, but it was really good. And then they had their plain old regular too. And but it is just a
it's a way they get in front of the marketplace, and they find out pretty quickly. Hey, is this going to work? Do people like it?
How do they respond? And you're kind of the guinea pig, but let me tell you.
But it's fun.
I'll be the guinea pig any day.
Guinea pig me up. I'm ready to go. You tell me where and when.
That's right. And I'll show up.
We want to entertain you with hospitality. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
Just give us your opinion. Not a problem.
Yes, done. And a whole lot of fun. And like I said, we're getting ready to kick it off big time. So keep listening. We'll promote them over here too, so you know, in case. And I know a lot of people that listen to this station and this show share an audience with, or they share stations with 680 The Fan, our sister station, and go back and forth. And we welcome that. We understand we're sports fans too. Obviously, Lowe still works over there a ton. And
be on today.
There you go. Oh, yeah.
325 today. We're doing the college football vault. So I have to start putting together numbers for what I believe guys like Haynes King, what he's going to throw for this year. What Georgia Tech, their win total, that sort of stuff. So I got to get that. By the way, our first kickoff tailgate 1 is Saturday, August 30th. It's an 8:30 in the morning start for the tailgate for Syracuse and Tennessee. And then the next day on the 31st, on that Sunday, that's the Virginia Tech South Carolina game. That's a 12:30 start for the tailgate.
There you go. Dude, just get down there and have a dadgum ball.
Big sponsors, Harris Cherokee, Corona Extra, Maker's Mark, which means they'll have product for you to sample. Yes.
To take part in. Like Lo said, just bring your tip money, and you will be in good shape.
I'm looking at that one at the end of September.
Which
big one out in Athens.
Yeah.
For sure.
27th, UGA at Alabama.
In Georgia, Alabama. Holy cow.
Georgia, Alabama. I'm going to have my family in town for that.
I still feel snake bit, man. I don't, you know what I mean? Because Georgia's never, one time. In the national championship.
In the national championship game, yes.
Perfect time to do it. But
it was the time.
Yeah, the time. Alabama's always had Georgia's number, especially in this run. So we'll see now that Nick Saban's gone. I'm not saying that changes Alabama's dynamic completely, but it certainly
still
it's a different equation.
Still dynamic team. It's going to be a great secondary they're going to have this year. Obviously, starting a new quarterback, which the amount of people that were very frustrated with Milroe. Okay, he's moved on to the NFL.
Yeah.
Let's see if your offense looks a little bit more conventional.
And let's see how Gunnar Stockton looks.
Yeah.
He's
new quarterback.
New quarterback there, too. The tiniest bit experience last year.
He won you an SEC championship game.
Yeah, he did. Came in cold, got it done, got popped pretty good.
And if the word's right, and I believe it is, the whole mentality around that building has changed with him there.
Instead of Carson Beck.
Carson Beck.
Yeah.
that there was a little bit of part of the reason why Stetson Bennett was loved was because Stetson did all the same work as the rest of the guys. The defense picked him.
Blue collar.
The defense was like, he's our guy. You know, and you had a more talented quarterback in the program, but Stetson was the guy. And I think that's kind of the same mentality. Not saying that Gunnar Stockton's going to go win 2 national championships or anything, but you now have that mentality of we're all pulling on the rope the same way.
Raymond County, grew up there, got a drives an old Ford pickup truck now. And it was you're going from a quarterback. You're talking about elite versus not elite.
He's driving a Lambo.
He's just driving a freaking Lamborghini. This dude drives like a 97 F-150. That's my guy.
It's a little different.
That's my guy.
Telling you, the O-line, like, they love that dude.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And the wide receivers seem like they like him. And then the tight ends, too. You heard a bunch of the tight ends talking about how he was their pick. They always wanted Gunnar Stockton. We'll see. And he's wearing a mustache right now. I don't know if that makes a difference or not.
The guy's name is Gunnar.
Yeah. I mean, he's built for this. He's been groomed his entire life for
and
this.
If it doesn't work out, he'll be my first DJ on Working Country.
Yeah.
It's going to be the radio station. Working Country.
It's funny.
106.4.
There's a dude up in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Gunner in the morning.
Yeah, afternoon.
Gunner in the afternoon.
Crazy thing about this dude, he dresses up like Alan Jackson. I'm not kidding.
Okay. I like the visual.
Kind of looks like him a little bit. He may play on that a whole lot.
He's playing the part.
It's a little weird. Very nice guy. Very nice guy. Very talented guy. A little weird dressing up like Alan Jackson. I never understood that. I've never understood that one. But it happens more often than not lately.
What a bunch of fun.
Yes, it is. Gunner in the morning. That's if Gunnar Stockton doesn't make it as a quarterback, Los has a plan for him to be a country morning show host.
Gunner.
I think I can help him with that a little bit. The hoax that has been going on for the better part of 10 years now. I love when I hear Donald Trump talk about how he believes, just like you and I do, that these unclassified documents that have been revealed to us through DNI and Tulsi Gabbard about the Russia hoax are clear, that these people are guilty and should be, and they must be held accountable.
What's your reaction to the latest declassification? And in your view, sir, what does real accountability look like for the players involved?
It's incredible what we're finding. Absolute proof of guilt. And we'll see what happens. But Clapper and Comey and that whole group of criminals, they're criminals. And they made it very tough. You know, they did the fake Russia witch hunt that lasted for 2 years. And I got totally exonerated. There was no doubt about it. They should have done it in 1 day, not 2 years. But it was a whole scheme to try and demean Trump so that I couldn't win an election. And that is a criminal group of people. They're sick people, and they're criminals, and they should be taken care of.
I believe so, too. I want to see it. Los has always talked about getting the pound of flesh for COVID, and I believe that should happen, too. Will it? Who knows? Fingers crossed, maybe so, one day. But this is the thing that I think most Americans want to see happen. People be held accountable for outright lying, for hijacking the DOJ to use against their political enemy.
I want to talk about this big picture because I had my own little eureka moment over this. I was like having that question. You know when you're on the golf course or you're out somewhere and you just have that couple minutes where you're just like, and this hit me in this way. I was like, why do I care so much about something that occurred in 2016, 2017? Like, you're supposed to, like, just let stuff go. Not a big deal. I think what Americans have gotten a really good look at is we can now define and we now see how the system works. The system is there for the people that have a crazy ton of money and who are connected politically. The system is built for them. And we saw it. It was the system that told you couldn't go to work. It was the system that told you put your mask on. It was the system that said Donald Trump cannot possibly be president. And if he happens to be elected by these rubes, we have to take him out. This is you versus the system. He just happens to be the conduit to blow it up. And so that's why it's going to fight back so hard. That's why I care about it in the way that I do. This is so much bigger picture than just Russian collusion. This was the entirety of a system that believes they're the ones in charge and you don't have access and you really shouldn't have a say.
And the rubes term is so true because we had it from the article yesterday from the New York Times, the one that said these people don't even know what they voted for.
Yeah.
They believe that. At the New York Times, the person that wrote that, they believe that you don't know what you voted for.
You're just so ignorant, you could never expect to have your life controlled by you or somebody who's representing you.
So ignorant that we have to pack the court so you have no ability. We have to end the Senate, of all things, because Wyoming, those stupid people in Wyoming, well, they have just as much say in the Senate as the people, those brilliant people in California and New York City. We got to fix that. We can't have that. You have to be handcuffed. You can no longer control your future because you're not smart enough to. That's what they believe.
That's why. Again, big picture. It's you versus the system. I mean, we actually had it. It was so in your face that for 4 years you didn't have a president. You didn't have one. The system was running it. Was the president.
It was the machine.
Right. And how did he get elected? The system made sure there's no way we can have Donald Trump in this thing again. And then the system went into overdrive to make sure, just as he said, Russian collusion, they're trying to disparage me, so I couldn't win. The entire system was going, we can't afford this disruptor. So what was the first thing Donald Trump did? Made sure he was surrounded by system disruptors to blow this thing up.
Blew up the system. And now you can see it for what it is.
Yeah, it's him and you. We're all in this cart together against the system.
4 years ago, we had no idea.
The deep state.
We knew that term, but we didn't know really what it was or how deep it was. We didn't know that USAID was funding every one of those Democrat campaigns. They were funding NGOs that would launder money back to the Democrat Party.
They have no money now that this is cut off.
And you see it. When you look at how much they have brought in with donations versus Republicans, it is night and day. It looks like the script has been flipped.
They're actually having to consider using credit to run midterm elections.
You mean more bad decisions? They're going to put something on their credit card?
Because if you're not paying for it, if you're not paying for the system does not survive. This is us, you, me, whatever, versus the system. This is we call it the deep state. The deep state was alive and well on the last day of the Biden administration handing out pardons.
Dude, the deep state's still alive and well.
Yeah.
There's still so many people that are in the DOJ. And look, they're working. Trump and his team are working to root them out. And they keep rearing their ugly heads, and then they get rooted out. Just like the dude that threw the sandwich. Deep stater.
You got to go.
You got to go. And he's prosecuted and he's out. He's out. But it takes...
Who throws a foot long?
Yeah, who does? That's pretty great. But that's how emotional they are. And they believe that they know better. I can't imagine somebody throwing a sandwich being... I say it all the time. Never the smartest, never the dumbest. I'm not doing that. Man, that's the lamest thing I've ever seen in my life.
If you come to the Battery and you want to throw a sandwich at Tug, just make sure you have it well wrapped.
That's right, man.
Because he's going to keep that foot-long meatball.
Shoot, yes, I am.
That now is his foot-long meatball.
Can I make a request making it Italian?
Throw an Italian at him.
Buddy,
make sure it doesn't bust up because he wants to enjoy that thing afterwards.
Pub sub, Jersey Mike's, whatever.
There you go.
I like those if you just want
mustard, mayonnaise. Do you have any preference on that?
Mustard. I'm not a mayo guy. Okay. Mustard.
In fact,
mustard.
if you were to, let's just say hypothetically, go to Waffle House and get a double order of hash browns with mushrooms and you want to throw that plate, now make sure it's properly secure, but if you want to throw that plate at me.
Frisbee that.
Like a Frisbee at it, and it hits me. Cool. I'm going to eat it.
But that's how...
it's going to happen.
That just shows you that the deep state is still alive and well. Know that that's what they're trying to root out, and it is going to take some time to root these people out because they work in the CIA and the FBI and the DOJ. They're all over. They have entrenched themselves. They've embedded themselves.
There's always going to be that portion of the system. What I believe you're trying to discourage is that portion of the system believing they could work in a systematic fashion to be president. Like, it's different if I work for the FBI and I think, well, I think we should target this particular group. Okay, that's going to happen. That's part of what the FBI does. Hate groups, militia groups, whatever. That's fine. These people used the power of government to target a president, to go after... it doesn't get more gross than that. That's how much the system was like, we're in charge here.
And thought nothing of it.
And thought nothing of it.
It was never
no
even
problem.
a question.
Yeah.
They handed it down when Hillary came up with her campaign came up with Russiagate. Dude, everybody in the deep state, all those people were like, yes.
Yeah.
I love this idea.
It was, he's our political enemy. He's not part of the system. He's going to mess this thing up for us.
Let's execute it.
Let's go get him.
And they tried.
They
did for a long time.
It is us versus the deep state.
Things look so dire, Los, when everything was happening to Trump. Remember all the charges being filed, and it's like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. And now to look back and see how fake it was, and the fact that the wheels completely fell off every one of those fake buses that they thought they were going to run over Donald Trump with. It's amazing. It really is. There's a lot more work to do. Don't be mistaken. Don't ever let your guard down. You have to be involved. You have to pay attention and to make sure you're voting. You do all those things because this is going to be a lifelong project. This never ends. Another dagger into the hearts of the Democrats, though. Trump vows to end their primary way of cheating in elections. Next on Extra.
Wherever you are in Georgia, you can stream Extra 106.3 in crystal clear digital with the all-new Extra 106.3 app. Get Extra's live on-air stream in real time, or go back and listen to all your favorite shows, Neil Bortz, or original podcasts, no matter where you go. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
A company that has been trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years has already done their hometown homework, like having the very best people, fair, honest pricing, exceptional customer service, and a focus on high-quality work. That's us. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Sometimes new isn't better, like out-of-town home improvement companies invading Atlanta with their inflated pricing and subpar work. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPsETC.com.
Braves country, don't miss out as division rivals the New York Mets come to Truist Park August 22nd through the 24th, presented by your local Ford dealer. On Sunday the 24th, the first 3,000 kids through the gates will receive the Bat Hat cover. It's like a golf driver cover, but specifically made for baseball and softball bats. And after the game, kids can run the bases, presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. It's the perfect Sunday fun day. Get your tickets at Braves.com/promos. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and onshore. Discover more at Viking.com.
Physical education teacher positions offered by Atlanta International School in Atlanta, Georgia. Teach groups of 14 to 22 students through a play-based approach that develops physical education, sports, and social and emotional skills. Please submit resume and transcripts to peopleandculture@aischool.org. Reference job ID 9013903. Again, please submit resume and transcripts to peopleandculture@aischool.org. Reference job ID 9013903.
Hey, it's Los here to tell you about a new, stress-free, and completely transparent way to purchase your next pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. It's with Tom Mitchell, the Honest Car Guy. Tom, traditionally, I've been a payment buyer. How do you work with that type of buyer?
I have people that come in all the time and they want to spend $20,000. Okay, if their payments are $400 on $20,000, they don't realize without the doc fees, without all this other stuff, we can put them in a 22 or 23 model car and we can spend a little bit more money and have the same payment. So if you're a payment buyer, don't come in here just saying, I want to spend $20,000, because we can sit there and help you and we can put you in a newer car with lesser miles at a payment you need.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
This is Fox on Justice. DOJ and FBI officials say they've uncovered the largest healthcare fraud takedown in American history. 324 defendants, including doctors, pharmacists, and nurse practitioners. Those charged live around the globe, and the alleged scheme involved more than $14.6 billion in intended loss. $2.9 billion is actually gone. The false claims were submitted in many cases to Medicare and Medicaid. Dr. Mehmet Oz is the administrator who oversees Medicare and Medicaid services.
The fact that it's even possible that you could have $15 billion to play in this endeavor is shameful. But that's how we're being attacked now, and it's not done by small-time operators. As you're hearing about and you will read about, these are organized syndicates who are designing to hurt America.
Officials say DOJ will work with the FBI and Health and Human Services to create a healthcare data fusion center to revolutionize how healthcare fraud is detected, investigated, and prosecuted. David Spunt, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Tuesday, August 19th. DeKalb County will host a public memorial service honoring Officer David Rose on Friday at First Baptist Church in Atlanta. Rose was the officer killed during a shooting outside the CDC headquarters on August 8th. He leaves behind a wife and 2 children with a third on the way. A GoFundMe has been set up to support his family. Cobb County fire investigators are looking at arson as a possible cause of a fire at the residence at Riverside Apartments. Cobb Fire Chief Justin Green said firefighters were able to extinguish the flames quickly, but a woman and her daughter were endangered and had to escape by window. 3 units were damaged, but there were no injuries. Cobb Tax Commissioner Carla Jackson announced property tax bills for Cobb County have been issued. Tax payments are due by October 15th. Over 270,000 bills representing over $1.3 billion were sent out. You can view your bill and make a payment online at cobbtaxpayments.org. And some big changes are coming to Kennesaw Mountain starting October 15th. No car traffic will be allowed on the mountain road, leaving it exclusively open to hikers and cyclists. The Kennesaw Mountain Shuttle will still transport visitors on the mountain road. Today's weather, scattered thunderstorms with temperatures in the mid-80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10, 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. Windows, doors, siding, roofing, gutters. You can get 10% off or 12 months 0% financing at southernexteriors.co. Their website, southernexteriors.co. If you want to call 8779-SOUTHERN, 8779-SOUTHERN.
No wonder that when it came to Project 2025, first off, it's like 920 pages of wish list.
Right.
It's like, how do you get this down to just a handful of things that they were running with? These are the elements that they want to. It's a 920-page wish list with like long explanations as to what and why.
I remember it.
I knew that.
I remember it being. I don't remember it being 925 pages or whatever you just said. Do you remember it being that big?
Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, Project 2025 Presidential Transition Project. 2023 Heritage Foundation is when it was initially written.
Gosh, man. And they ran with this like it was Herschel Walker running over Tennessee, man. They just ran with it every day. Something was Project 2025.
Now, some of these completely make a ton of sense. Like some of them just talk about the military focusing on being a military, on being a fighting force.
Dude, not to interrupt, but did you see Pete Hegseth and RFK with the military push-up, pull-up challenge for everybody? Dude, that was awesome yesterday. They're both out there just wearing it out. But the focus, of course, because they did it at the Pentagon, was, again, our military being a fit fighting force, not a fat fighting force.
You have, there's parts about reduction in labor force, which we've already seen some of the. A lot of these were just wish lists, but were common sense matters that we were all kind of hoping for.
But they would cherry pick and take things out of context and use that as the battle. This was Donald Trump's. They used to call it like the Nazi wish list or something crazy.
Yeah, it was nutty. It was like just going back and looking at some of these and going, okay.
Yeah.
Like I need to find them. Okay, so priorities when it came to the military. Reestablish a culture of command accountability, non-politicization, and warfighting focus.
Love that.
Priority 2, transform our armed forces for maximum effectiveness in an era of great power competition.
Who wouldn't be in favor of that?
Priority 3, provide necessary support to Department of Homeland Security, DHS, border protection operations. Border protection is a national security issue that requires sustained attention and an effort by all elements of the executive branch.
That's exactly right. Who could argue that?
And then the last one, demand financial transparency and accountability.
which something the Pentagon has never done. I think, what was the last 10 audits that they failed? And don't quote me on the number, but it's a lot. They've not, in like a decade, they've not passed one audit.
Tell me what part of that, outside when the Democrats are like, you can't defend the border, you can't have Department of Homeland Security looking into this stuff.
You can't have the military on the border. You're going to militarize the border. Yes. We're going to, whatever it takes to shut down this border is what we're going to do. That is the only real goal that I have for the federal government. Protect the borders and leave me alone. That's exactly what I want.
Yeah.
Little did I know that I was square in lockstep with Project 2025. Here they were telling me
at least that good portion of it.
You're right, exactly.
Page 92. Tug is like, I like page 92.
But I bet there's plenty of other pages in there. Out of 925, I bet there's several others that I would find common ground with. And maybe there's something in there I'll be like, no, that's not good. I don't think that's good. And 925 pages, there's bound to be something that I don't agree with. The Democrats ran with it.
Yep.
That was their talking point. Thankfully, it failed.
Wow. It's just, again, nearly 1,000 pages. You're going to find stuff where you're like, I see what they're doing. There's a section on Space Force.
Okay. Which is, look, a new focus on Space Force, without a doubt. I mean, we are in almost like this new world where we have to get to the moon again. We have to explore space. And it's not because I want to put a colony on Mars. I mean, that's an Elon Musk thing. If it happens, that's great. I'll be dead and gone before it ever happens. But I do understand the need for taking care of space and making sure that we have a strong presence there. That way the satellites that are put up there, that way all the other countries that are trying to get there first, hoping to damage the United States. But it's all about protection. It's all about national security. No different than the border. Space works the exact same way.
I really hope that every country in the world starts to adopt my view of space.
Which is?
It's super dumb.
Space is just dumb.
It's just space.
Yeah, all right.
We don't understand a lot of it.
No, well,
we certainly don't track much of it.
That's for sure the truth. But you understand the needs for...
Oh, of course.
Yeah, like national defense and that kind of stuff.
Well, some of the next round of wealth in this world is going to be, how do we begin mining elements in space?
Moon. I mean, there's already... What is it? One of the poles on the moon has a wealth of minerals. And the Chinese and us, basically, we're the two that are in a race to see who can get there first. I know we've been.
Why are you winking?
Again, us again, them.
Are you telling me that 1960s technology got us to the moon, but we can't get back?
I know, it's hard to believe. I believe we went. I believe we went. What you've said about the pictures being staged, but we really went, I do believe that. I think that makes the most sense.
I think that makes the most sense.
When you said it, I was like, yep, that's exactly what I think. I don't know that I'd ever put it together quite like that. But when you said it, I was like, yeah.
Because part of the problem that you have with the conspiracy theorists, and I am one of you, is that they're bringing up valid discussions about those pictures don't look based on that they were shot on the moon.
Yeah, they look real.
And I agree with you. I was like, I think you have a valid argument about what you're saying. I do believe that you probably staged some of these so that you would have, let's face it, you were trying to win a war and a race against the Soviets as far as your technology, while outspending them, while also pointing out American greatness when it came to technical innovation. At the same time, you also wanted the promo shots.
That's right. Because those speak louder than anything else you could have done. That's why propaganda works so good.
I mean, if you got Tug, if you got yourself into like the most tremendous shape you ever wanted to be in, wouldn't you go to glamour shots afterwards?
Absolutely, man.
Wouldn't you hold that lapel and be like,
look here.
Look at the work I put in.
Dude, I mean, I go a couple times a week to the gym. And the other day, my wife's like, I can tell a little difference in you, but I had a little bit of pep in my step.
You're like, oh,
I don't lie.
Thank you.
Because I can't tell it.
Yeah.
I really can't. And she was like, no, I can. And she brought it up. I didn't ask. She's like, I told her, that John kind of put me through it, man. He was like, I'm sore today. She's like, I can see a little bit in your shoulders. It's so encouraging because you want to go do it more.
And then you want to go to glamour shots. So the moon and staging your shots because you saw what you did.
Yeah.
I want to look my best.
That's right. That's exactly right, man. Never thought about glamour shots. Maybe I should get some.
It'd be kind of awesome. Now,
umbrella.
Is it just twirling?
That's right. They always have some sort of prop, you know.
What would it take?
Looking over your shoulder.
to go to glamour shots because there was one time a radio station I worked at, a good dude. This is Grooves and Michael Gruber. You can look him up. I think it's at Tweet or Sweet Grooves or Tweet Grooves. Just look up Michael Gruber or Grooves.
All right.
So he was formerly the DJ over at American Airlines Center. So for like Stars games, and he worked in radio for a long time. He lost a bet, and at the time he was probably like 21, maybe 20 years old. They put him in the sailor outfit.
Oh my gosh.
They put him on a bearskin rug naked. Like he took all of the shots.
I'm not doing that.
It was hilarious.
I'm sure.
So you doing glamour shots? If we can figure this out, I'm going to look up a package right now.
No, I think I'm all
Come
set.
on, just spin the umbrella.
I'm all set.
You
I
won't-
think I'm good. I don't. Dude, that would last forever. Those pictures would last forever. My children, my child and my grandchildren, hopefully there'll be multiple, they would never be able to live that down. Be like, you know what your grandpa did? He served in the Navy, honorably served his nation. Then he took his shirt off and did glamour shots with an umbrella.
And he lost a bet.
That's right.
And he ended up at glamour shots.
He's never ever going to live this down. At Tweet Grooves. This is the guy?
At Tweet Grooves, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, it was hilarious. It was
I'm
one of the funniest photo shoots I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, I'm sure. Absolutely. I doubt that at all. I'm scrolling through all of his pictures now to see if I can get to them.
Oh, there's no way. We're talking 20 years ago.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Yeah, I mean, this is 2001, 2002.
Okay. Well, does he have a website? Because I'm sure he's posted to the mayor. Surely he's posted them there.
I just wonder if they're out there somewhere in the world.
Yeah, that's why I won't do them, because I don't want them to be out there somewhere in the world. I want them to not exist whatsoever. God, that would be awful. Would you do it?
No.
Exactly. All right. I'm going to make sure I wasn't.
So when he worked with the Frisco Rough Riders, they got him a bobblehead, and they had him pose.
Oh, in the
way he posed in the picture
with the leg draped over the other leg move.
So he's laid down.
That's such a 90s move.
With like one leg draped over the other and his hands together kind of propping him up. And so that's how Frisco Rough Riders went ahead and did.
He's better than I am.
He's really talented dude. I'm glad he's been my friend for a long time.
That's awesome, man. Yeah,
he'll pay off bets, including the time where they made him walk around in a
Speedo.
Speedo.
Oh my God, dude. See, that's why I don't make bets, because I don't want to I don't want those pictures lasting forever.
Don't want it to be where everyone knows, like, oh man,
what a weirdo.
you existed. There are pictures out there of Tug in a Speedo. It'd be hilarious.
I have to imagine that there's a 680 fantasy football league that exists. Is that out there?
There's a handful of guys that do play. As with anything, you have the sales staff that's basically taking it over, and now it's like, here, you take part in it because they sold it to somebody. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it's not as pure.
Yeah.
It's not like the guy who lost his fantasy football league and then had to go join the military.
Dude, some of those things are hysterical.
Or the bad tattoo that you have to get.
Yes.
I thought it was bad, just like standing on the corner holding a sign that said like, I placed last in my fantasy league.
Yeah, but that's like minor
that goes
league.
away in a day.
Yeah, that's minor league. There's some of them out there you're like, I can't believe this person did this.
Did you see the guy? Because the video is out there. So he's got the number one pick in his fantasy league, and he throws up Brian Robinson, the running back for Washington. He had him confused. He thought that was Bijan for the Falcons. He had the wrong Robinson.
And they wouldn't let him take it back.
And they are laughing their butt. And he's like, what? We got Brian Robinson with the Falcons. They're like, that ain't him, man.
Wrong B-Rob.
It's like, that's Bijan Robinson.
Dude. I mean, I don't know how you get that wrong. If you're keeping up with football at all, I don't know how you get that one wrong.
The last time, and hopefully this is changing, like fantasy football people, gather around, all right? Stop drafting running backs. Okay?
That's the only thing I know about fantasy football is don't do that.
I mean, that used to be the old school, like, how many running backs do I got? They are so inconsistent that you're actually putting yourself in a situation where you go, in a league that makes it a point not to give the guy 20 carries, I just took him with the first overall pick.
Because they don't want to get him killed.
And you know who the last time I played was 2 years ago. It was Hoyt and I. We were in a league. Same thing was sold. Bunch of bar owners. My very first pick was a guy that threw for nearly 5,000 yards and had 800 yards rushing with 11 touchdowns. That was Josh Allen. And when I did it, everyone, they're all looking at me like, did you just take a quarterback, number one? I'm like, yep. Well, why not a running back? I'm like, you'll see.
Sure enough, every offensive play.
Next guy is Christian McCaffrey, hurt all year. Next guy, hurt all year. I'm like, sorry.
I had to tell you.
How do you think we won? 5,000 yards, another 11 touchdowns on the ground.
What did y'all win? What was the jackpot? Do you remember?
I don't remember. It was a bucket of pride.
Yeah, well, that's good enough, I guess. But some of those leagues that dudes do, they're buying is like a couple $100 or something.
Oh, yeah.
No, it could be $1,000, $2,000, man. They get serious about it. I'm just not. My thing is, I did it one time. It was maybe in fantasy baseball, and I was just I didn't have the patience. I wouldn't change anything. I think the same lineup started the entire year, and needless to say, I finished last. But I don't know, man. I'm just not super into it.
I'll give you the numbers here. So the year that I took Josh Allen, so he ends up throwing for, it ends up being, as I'm having to knock this out here really quickly, it ends up being for 4,300 yards, 29 touchdowns. He also had another 11 touchdowns rushing.
Jeez. Yeah, no wonder y'all won.
It's like, there.
Yeah, beat that. Holy cow.
Keep taking running backs.
Yeah.
Keep taking running backs.
So you've gotten your lesson today. Maybe you know it. Maybe you don't. Put that in your back pocket. Don't forget it. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. 8779 southernexteriors.co. Both Zelensky and Donald Trump had prepared remarks. Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, August 19th. The Atlanta Braves, their 5-game winning streak is over after a 13-9 loss last night at Truist Park to the Chicago White Sox. Game 2 of the series goes down tonight. It'll be Bryce Elder on the mound against Shane Smith. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons continue to churn their roster as the team has released veteran receiver DJ Chark, who is considering retirement due to a lingering hip injury. The team also added pass rusher Ronnie Perkins to the roster. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Compact outside, the all-electric EQB 250 Plus SUV is big on space, style, and smart ideas. With available seating for 7, a digital voice assistant, and MB navigation with electric intelligence, the EQB is born from a forward-thinking family and built for yours. Get an exceptional offer on the all-electric 2025 EQB 250 Plus SUV. Just $299 per month for 36 months with $48.93 due at signing. Exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through July 31st, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Retirement means different things to different people. Some folks want to travel the world. Some folks want to spend more time with grandkids. For me, I'm looking forward to spending more time with my guitar. Whether extravagant and robust or simple and cozy, every retirement needs a plan. You wouldn't take a trip without directions. You have to know where you are before you know where you're going. Master Plan Retirement Consultants have helped many like you plan for their own retirement. Not only does Master Plan help you create the roadmap, they join you on the journey. So whether you want to travel the world, become a pickleball champ, or just looking for a good porch, a sturdy rocking chair, and an acoustic guitar, remember to plan well, because the destination is worth it. Visit masterplanretired.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Hey, Atlanta's Mark from the Safe House. I have a question for you. Am I the only person pissed off with the mainstream fake news, liberal judges,
and whiny liberal politicians
who don't realize why Donald Trump is president, and fake safes? And you may wonder, why fake safes? Well, a fake safe is like Joe Biden, cheap and ineffective. A real safe from Atlanta Safe House is like Donald Trump, tough, effective, and provides peace of mind when you need it the most. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast and see what a real safe looks like. So go to atlantasafehouse.com.
There are nut jobs on the road. Who knows where they learn to drive? If one of them hits you, don't take care of it on your own. Call my friend David Van Sant, 855-GA-INJURY. Van Sant Law, one of Georgia's top-rated personal injury lawyers and car accident firms. Time is of the essence. Don't waste any. The longer you wait to get the right lawyer, the longer it takes to get the compensation you deserve. Call Van Sant Law today. The number is 855-GA-INJURY. VanSantLaw.com.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Promises made, promises kept. The president is making the economy great again. He's securing the border for America's safety, and the mainstream media still wants to tear him down.
The media wants Donald Trump to fail. That's their goal. That's how they'll report his progress.
But we know the truth, and we give you the perspective that other stations won't. Atlanta's only conservative voice is Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10. We love to laugh around here because oftentimes the topics are a bit heavy, so we like to change directions and get a good chuckle. Hopefully you enjoy that too. I think most people enjoy laughing. When I listen to the radio, I always want to laugh. This is the reason I listen. Give me something funny. Give me something to laugh at. Give me something to take my mind off of all the craziness that goes on, or at least balance it a little bit. And I felt like that kind of happened yesterday. I feel like Zelensky may have been sitting on this one, just waiting, because it was such a big deal that when last time he was at the White House and it did not go well, and everybody was sitting on pins and needles. How's he going to dress? They couldn't wait to discuss how he's going to dress, and I had expected. I mean, he's not going to go in there looking like he did last time. I mean, what a slap in the face! He wouldn't do that.
It was not well played.
Yeah, he was smarter than that. I give him credit for being smarter than that. But he did come prepared when a reporter asked him about his suit. He said, yeah, I got a suit on. Listen to how he bounce passes it right back to that reporter.
President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said the one that attacked you last time. I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit.
You are in the same suit.
See, I changed. You are not.
Maybe yours is much better.
Dude, that's the greatest. You are in the same suit. I have changed. You have not. And I don't even think he meant for that last part to land the way it did.
It did.
Because the mainstream media has not changed. He's exactly right about that part.
You haven't changed one bit. Me.
Yeah. I've changed. I got the message. Y'all haven't.
I was happy to see that he didn't show up doing what he did before.
Yeah, I mean,
he was like a fidgety child.
Yeah, and disrespectful and all those things.
To the point where you actually had people within the administration sitting around and going, "That's not happening."
Yeah,
like you're not doing this.
We will
way.
toss you out, and did.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anybody tossed out of the White House? I don't think that's ever happened before. Anybody just literally getting tossed? Y'all don't get to stay for lunch. Y'all got to go.
I've just seen where, and because the embarrassing thing to do is to send people out in a way that's demeaning to them. So, like when it was Netanyahu, Obama would send him out they'd send him out
the back door,
like where the garbage goes.
Yeah.
You know, it's like there's a way that they're supposed to be sent in and out of the White House as a sign of respect.
Yeah. I brought this up a little bit earlier. Just want to brush across it again. The fact that Politico was reporting that the way he was dressed was done by his designers, plural, designers.
You're still...
Dude,
I get
what
it.
kind of bullcrap is that? I mean, really? We're sending... He's in a war. We're sending billions, and he's worried about designers? Are you kidding me? Just put on a suit, go to Men's Warehouse. I don't know.
I do find it fun. We have grown accustomed to this is how Donald Trump looks. And, like, does he have an image that he's fostered over decades? Yes, so that's what it is. So you always expect him in the long tie.
Sure.
A little longer than what normally people have. But
That's his style.
That's his style. That's the way it's going to look. You do want to cultivate a certain image. And I get it. Zelensky wanted to have one as, like, war fighter. But at the same time, it's like, stop cosplaying. Just put on the suit. Just do what you're supposed to do here. I don't certainly go... And this is I don't know. I don't know if this bothers you the same way. I can't stand promo shots of radio people who work in our industry and everything's with the microphone right in front of me.
Oh, yeah.
I got to take a picture with the microphone right in front of me just so you know that this is what I do.
So dumb.
Or when you happen to be somebody who, let's say you cover football. Well, I've got to take the promo with a football in my arm. Like, just, okay. It's like you're just cosplaying this sort of stuff. Why don't we just throw on the suit and go do the thing? Like if you told me I was going to go interview for another position or David Dickey wants to talk to you about a promotion, I'm showing up in a suit.
You're going to look right because you understand the levity.
And I'm not going to have the hoodie on going, well, this is how I dress every single day because this is my level of comfort and here's my microphone.
Right.
No.
Or you're going to go to court. You're not going to show up.
Yes.
You're going to show up in a certain amount of respect for the venue that you're in.
The last time, okay, so I've worn a collar in this building 3 times in the last year. There was when Neil was here.
Yeah.
Wanted to look more presentable. There was, we had some sort of event that was in the building and I was going to attend. And then the last time was our owner wanted to grab breakfast and talk about a contract. I will dress for these things. You have to dress for what you're looking for.
I agree, man. It's just nuts. It's nuts.
But he's got a designer. Okay.
That weirds me out. I think it's...
Your wife has a designer. It's called Stitch Fix.
Yes, let me tell you. And we pay for it.
And you know it. Yes.
But at least you're not paying for it. At least the American people are not paying for it.
American people are paying for his designer.
Come on, that's bullcrap, man.
Cosplay what he's going to play.
That's just that gets in my craw a little bit. It does.
You're just used to Donald Trump. Donald Trump has the same look, and that's just how it weirds me out when I don't see him in either a suit or golf attire.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. It does. You're like, what happened?
Like
What's going on?
How weird was it? How many times did we see Joe Biden on the beach, and you just went, oh.
He was in swim trunks and a swim shirt.
Yeah. Oh, God.
You don't know if he's ever getting up from that. Is that going to be
Think about it. How many times have you seen Donald Trump either in golf attire or a suit?
So one or the other, man. I've never seen him in anything else. And maybe he has designers.
There's no T-shirt.
maybe he has designers too. I don't know. Trump did have his own moment though, and he has that comedic timing. Joe Rogan talked about it. He's like, "You're a really funny dude." And he was joking about Ukraine not holding elections because of the war. Trump said this.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody No more elections. Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake. You like this idea?
I wonder what the fake news is going to do. You like this idea, he says. Crazy thing is he really knows.
He actually did make that happen.
That's right.
It's like we're in an emergency situation. No more elections.
Yeah, we're gonna buckle this thing down.
Okay.
But can you imagine the heads that were exploding at CNN and PMS? I mean, they must have just been like my sweet Aunt Peg watching.
Well, they're
PMS.
rooting for like some sort of crazy conflict of like, I hope they start yelling at each other again.
Yes, they wanted it to melt down. They wanted it to fail. And Donald Trump saw that moment. He was like, I see what I can do with this. Let me just give them just a little bit.
Listen, do I want a Trump victory here? Yeah, 100%.
Of course. How could it, dude? If it were Biden, I'd still be pulling.
But it's in the interest of humanity. Like, how did we turn people butchering each other, blowing each other up with drones, into some sort of politics on this part? Yeah.
Like I said, if it were Joe Biden sitting in the seat right now, which it wouldn't be, and it wasn't, and I'd still be pulling for the war coming to an end.
And the Ukrainians have the remnants of Nazism in Europe. Okay, like that's legit. And yet, I would still prefer that they stop killing each other.
It's just a little bit of humanity, a little bit of morals, a little bit of values, believing in human life and dignity and all those small, little bitty, tiny things that mean a whole lot. All right, that's going to do it for us. Thank you for being here. Glenn Beck is up next. After that, Clay and Buck, and then the local afternoon show with the one and only Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. The Kimmer Show, 3 until 6 on Extra 106.3 for Los and Jure. I'm Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
When you buy a Subaru from Subaru of Gwinnett, you're buying more than a vehicle. You're buying safety for your family and something that will last a long, long time. In other words, you're buying trust. For a limited time, you can celebrate amazing offers on the all-new Forester, Crosstrek, or Outback during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, now through September 2nd. And you'll love more than just your new Subaru. You'll love the dedicated staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. With some of the best service specials in the area and a team you know you can trust, you'll ride with peace of mind knowing that Subaru of Gwinnett has your back. During the Subaru A Lot to Love event, you'll find the Subaru model you've always dreamed about at a price that makes that dream come true. But you need to get in by September 2nd to take advantage. We'll make it easy. Just start with the test drive, and before you know it, you'll be in the Subaru you love. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com, then stop by on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth. SubaruofGwinnett.com.